Here's the gorgeous, tantalizing Lady Eve. Now, watch her go into action. She has her eye on this handsome, wealthy, but terribly naive and inexperienced young man who hasn't seen a white woman for a year. Now, every woman has her eyes on him. Big women, the female wrestler type. Little women, but with big claws. And that smoldering, simmering, exotic type. But only Lady Eve knows how to get him. The Lady Eve, glamorous creation of Preston Sturgis, who gave you the hilarious Great McGinty, the deft comedy of Christmas in July. Now meet Barbra Stanwyck, his very, very vexy Lady Eve, bewitching, bewildering, and very bothering to Henry Fonda, a modern Adam.
Thank you.
That's the same dame. She looks the same, she walks the same, and she's tossing you just like she done the last time.
She doesn't talk the same.
Anybody can put on an act.
Du stiger pojke, jag ska sluta med käften!
Guess who I am?
Do you know that I find your son very handsome?
That's the same dame. I can tell by the
I'll
way
take over from here, Mr. Murgatroyd.
You and who else?
I said I'll take over from here, Ambrose.
Ambrose?
Ambrose,
speak alone, will you?
Kitten. Don't do that. How?
Yeah, DB. Oh, just cleaning out the deadwood. Okay.
Look, Mr. Cannell, I just can't afford to be without work right now, not even for a day. I've got a mother and 2 kids, sister.
More good luck telegrams.
Well, you know how it is. I've just got to keep on working, see?
Sorry, sister. I was sent down here to clean house. I told you I can't use your column anymore. It's lavender and no lace. Send those other people in.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I get $30 a week. I'll take 25, 20 if necessary. I'll do anything you say.
It isn't the money. We're after circulation. What we need is fireworks. People have been hit with sledgehammers. Start arguments.
Oh, I can do that. I know this town inside out. Oh, give me a chance,
All right,
please.
come in. Cashier's got your check. Who are these people? Gibbs, Farley, Cunningham, Giles. Hey, your sister. Don't forget to get out your last column before you pick up your check.
You're a couple of sticks shy in your column, man.
Big rich slob like D.B. Norton buys the paper and 40 heads are chopped off.
Did you get it, too?
Yeah. You too? Oh, Joe. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Why don't we tear the building down?
Before you do, Ann, perhaps you'd better finish this column.
Yeah, lavender and old lace. Wait, Joe. Wait. Wants fireworks, huh? Okay. Here.
Below is a letter which reached my desk this morning. It's a commentary on what we laughingly call a civilized world. Dear Miss Mitchell, 4 years ago I was fired out of my job. Since then I haven't been able to get another one. At first I was sore at the state administration because it's on account of the slimy politics here we have all this unemployment. But in looking around it seems the whole world's going to pot. So in protest I'm going to commit suicide by jumping off the City Hall roof. Signed, a disgusted American citizen, John Doe. Editor's note, if you ask this column, the wrong people are jumping off the roofs. Hey, Ann, this is the old Fakeroo, isn't it?
Never mind that, Joe. Go ahead.
And it's because of the slimy politics that we have all this unemployment here. There it is. That's D.B. Norton's opening attack on the governor.
Why, Jim, it's just a letter sent into a column.
No, I can smell it. That's Norton.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Governor.
Morning, Governor. You're rather early.
Governor, did you happen to see this in the new bulletin?
Yes. I had it served with my breakfast this morning. Jim thinks it's D.B. Norton at work.
Of course it is.
Oh, come, Jim. That little item, D.B. Norton does things in a much bigger way.
This is his opening attack on you, Governor. Take my word for it. What did he buy a paper for? Why did he engage a high-pressure editor like Connell for? He's in the oil business. I tell you, Governor, he's after your scalp.
All right, Jim, all right. Don't burst a blood vessel. I'll look into it. You get me Spencer of the Daily Chronicle, please?
Yes, I saw it, Governor. If you ask me, that's a phony letter. Why, that gagger's got whiskers on it. Okay, I'll get the mayor and maybe the Chamber of Commerce to go after them. Get Mayor Lovett on the phone.
Sorry, the mayor's busy on the other phone.
Yes, I know, Mrs. Brewster. It's a terrible reflection on our city. I've had a dozen calls already.
Spencer of the Chronicle.
Hold it.
Just a minute.
Yes, Mrs. Brewster. I'm listening.
I insist that this John Doe man be found and given a job at once. Now, if something isn't done about it, I'll call out the whole auxiliary. Yes, and the junior auxiliary, too. We'll hold a meeting and see that it is...
Yes, Spencer? Oh, the governor? Well, what about me? It's my building he's jumping off of, and I'm up for re-election, too. What are you doing? Get Connell at the bulletin. Why, he's liable to go right past my window.
Get me Connell.
What was that?
What?
Out the window. Something just flew by.
I didn't see anything.
Well, don't stand there, you idiot. Go and look. Open the window. Oh, why did he have to pick on my building? Is there a crowd in the street?
No, sir.
Then maybe he's caught on a ledge. Look again.
I think it must have been a seagull.
A seagull? What's a seagull doing around the city hall? That's a bad omen, isn't it?
Oh, no, sir. The seagull is a lovely bird.
It's all right, Mrs. Brewster. It was just a seagull.
Connell?
Nothing's happened yet. No, I'm watching. Don't worry, Mrs. Brewster. Just leave it all to me. Spencer, I'll call you back. Hello. Connell? What are you doing? This is the mayor.
Yes, Mayor Lovett. How many times are you going to call me? I've got everybody and his brother and sister out looking for him. Did you see the box I'm running? An appeal to John Doe. Think it over, John. Life can be beautiful, says Mayor. If you need a job, apply to the editor of this paper, and so forth and so forth. Okay, Mayor, I'll let you know as soon as I have something. What? Well, pull down the blinds.
Went up to Miss Mitchell's house, boss. Boy, she's in a bad way.
Where is she?
Hey, do you know something? She supports a mother and 2 kids. What do you know about that?
Did you find her?
No. Her mother's awful worried about her. When she left the house, she said she was going on a roaring drunk.
Of the girl, I mean. Go out and find her.
Sure. Hey, but the biggest thing I didn't tell you, her old man's Doc Mitchell. You know the doctor saved my mother's life and wouldn't take any money for it? You remember that. Okay, boss, I'll go and look for her.
Holy smokes, Commissioner, you've had 24 hours. Okay, Hawkshaw, grab a pencil. Here it is again. About 5'5", brown eyes, light chestnut hair, and as fine a pair of legs as ever walked into this office.
Did you want to see me?
No. I've had the whole Army and Navy out searching for you because that's a game we play here every day.
I remember distinctly being fired.
That's right. But you have a piece of property that still belongs to this newspaper, and I'd like to have it.
What's that?
The letter.
What letter?
The letter from John Doe.
Oh.
The whole town's in an uproar. We've got to find him, and the letter's the only clue.
There is no letter.
We'll get a handwriting expert to... What?
There is no letter.
Say that again.
There's no letter. I made it up.
You made it up.
Mm-hmm. You said you wanted fireworks.
Don't you know there are 9 jobs waiting for this guy? 22 families want to board him free. 5 women want to marry him, and the mayor's practically ready to adopt him, and you...
Just call the morgue, boss. They said there's a girl there.
Shut up.
Ann, say, why didn't you...
Hey,
Only one thing to do, Hank. Drop the whole business quickly.
How?
Run its story. Say John Doe was in here and is sorry he wrote the letter and...
That's right. They've got it, sure. He came in here and I made him change his mind. Bulletin editor saves John Doe's life. Why, it's perfect. I'll have Ned write it up. Oh, Ned, I got a story I want you to...
Wait a minute. Listen, you great, big, wonderful genius of a newspaper man. You came down here to shoot some life into this dying paper, didn't you? Well, the whole town's curious about John Doe, and boom, just like that, you're going to bury him. There's enough circulation in that man to start a shortage in the ink market.
And what man?
John Doe.
What John Doe?
John Doe, the one I made up. Look, genius, now look. Suppose there was a John Doe and he walked into this office. What would you do? Find him a job and forget about the whole business, I suppose, huh? Not me. I'd make a deal with him.
A deal?
Sure, when you get hold of a stunt that sells papers, you don't drop it like a hot potato. Well, this is good for at least a couple of months. You know what I'd do? Between now and, let's say, Christmas when he's going to jump, I'd run a daily on. Starting with his boyhood, his schooling, his first job. A wide-eyed youngster facing a chaotic world. The problem of the average man, of all the John Does in the world. Now, then comes the drama. He meets discouragement. He finds the world his feet of clay. His ideals crumble. So what does he do? He decides to commit suicide and protest against the state of civilization. He thinks of the river, but no. No, he has a better idea. The city hall. Why? Because he wants to attract attention. He wants to get a few things off his chest, and that's the only way he can get himself heard.
So?
So he writes me a letter, and I dig him up. He pours out his soul to me. And from now on, we quote, I protest by John Doe. He protests against all the evils in the world. The greed, the lust, the hate, the fear. All of man's inhumanity to man. Arguments will start. Should he commit suicide or should he not? People will write in pleading with him. But no, no, sir. John Doe will remain adamant. On Christmas Eve, hot or cold, he goes. See?
Very pretty. Very pretty indeed, Miss Mitchell. But would you mind telling me who goes on Christmas Eve?
John Doe.
What John Doe?
The one we hire for the job, you lunkhead.
Wait a minute. Let me get this through this lame brain of mine. Are you suggesting we go out and hire someone to say he's going to commit suicide on Christmas Eve? Is that it?
Well, you're catching on.
Who, for instance?
Anybody. Beanie'll do.
Why, sure. Who, me? Jump off a... Oh, no, any time at Christmas. I'm superstitious.
Miss Mitchell, do me a favor. Will you go on out and get married and have a lot of babies, but stay out of newspaper business.
Better get that story in, Hank. It's getting late.
You're supposed to be a smart guy. If it was raining $100 bills, you'd be out looking for a dime you lost someplace.
Holy smokes, wasting my time listening to this mad woman.
Look, Chief, look at the Chronicle. It's running on John Doe. They say it's a fake.
Why, the no good to... John Doe story, amateur journalism. It's palpably phony. It's a wonder anyone is taking it serious. What do you think of those guys?
That's fine. That's fine. Now fall right into their laps. Go ahead. Say John Doe walked in and called the whole thing off. You know what that's going to sound like on top of this.
That's all, Ned. Thank you.
All right.
Amateur journalism, huh? Why, that bunch of sophomores, I can teach them more about...
Hey, boss, get a load of this.
What?
Look.
What do they want?
They all say they wrote the John Doe letter.
boss. Oh, they all wrote the letter.
Tell them all to wait. Look, Mr. Cannell, one of those men is your John Doe. They're desperate and will do anything for a cup of coffee. Pick one out and you can make the Chronicle eat their words.
I'm beginning to like this.
If you ask me, Hank, you're playing around with dynamite.
No. The gal's right. We can't let the Chronicle get the laugh on us. We've got to produce a John Doe now. Amateur journalism, huh? I'll show those guys.
Sure, and there's no reason for them to find out the truth either, because naturally, I won't say anything.
Okay, sister, you get your job back.
Plus a bonus.
What bonus?
Or the bonus of $1,000 the Chronicle was going to pay me for this little document. You'll find it says, I, Ann Mitchell, hereby certify that the John Doe letter was created by me.
I can read.
Sorry.
You think this is worth $1,000, do you?
Oh, the Chronicle would consider it dirt cheap.
Packs everything, including a gun. Okay, sister, you got yourself a deal. Now let's take a look at the candidates. The one we pick has got to be the typical average man. Typical American that can keep his mouth shut.
Show me an American who can keep his mouth shut and I'll eat him.
Okay, Beanie, bring him in one at a time. Did you write that letter to Miss Mitchell?
No, I didn't.
What are you doing up here, then?
Well, the paper said there were some jobs around loose. Thought there might be one left over.
Had any schooling?
Yeah, a little.
What do you do when you work?
I used to pitch.
Baseball?
Yeah. So my wing went bad.
Where'd you play?
Bush leagues, mostly.
How about family? Got any family?
No.
Oh, just traveling through, huh?
Yeah. Me and a friend of mine. He's outside.
Looks all right.
Perfect, a baseball player. What could be more American?
Wish he had a family, though. Be less complicated without a family.
Look at that face, it's wonderful. They'll believe him. Come on.
What's your name?
Willoughby. John Willoughby. Long John Willoughby, they called me in baseball.
Would you like to make some money?
Yeah. Maybe.
Would you be willing to say you wrote that letter and stick by it?
I get the idea. Yeah. Maybe.
That's our man. He's made to order.
I don't know. He don't seem like the kind of a guy that'd fall in line.
When you're desperate for money, you do a lot of things, Mr. Cannell. He's our man, I tell you. He fainted.
Come on,
Get the water quickly.
Hurry up, Pop.
Oh.
Right here, sit down.
Huh?
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
How many is that? 6? Pretty hungry, weren't you?
Hey, all this John Doe business is batty, if you ask me.
Well, nobody asked you.
Trying to improve the world by jumping off buildings. You couldn't improve the world if the buildings jumped on you.
Don't mind the colonel. He hates people.
He liked you well enough to stick around.
Well, that's because we both play doohickeys. I met him in a boxcar a couple of years ago. I was fooling around with my harmonica, and he comes over and joins in. I haven't been able to shake him since.
that, boys. Here he is.
No, no, no. You can't take pictures of him like that, eating a sandwich and with a beard.
But he's going to jump off a building.
Yes, but not because he's out of a job. That's not news. This man's going to jump as a matter of principle.
Well, maybe you're right.
We'll clean him up and put him in a hotel room under bodyguards. We'll make a mystery out of him. Did you speak to Mr. Norton?
Thinks it's terrific. Says for us to go the limit. Wants us to build a bonfire under every big shot in the state.
Oh, swell. Is that the contract?
Yeah. What's he doing here?
Friend of his. They play duets together.
Duets? But can we trust him?
Oh.
I trust him.
Oh, you trusted me. Well, that's fine. I suppose he trusts you, too.
Oh, stop worrying. He's all right.
Okay, but we don't want more than a couple of hundred people in on this thing. Now, the first thing I want is an exact copy of the John Doe letter in your own handwriting.
I've got it already. Here.
Now, that's fine. Now, I want you to sign this agreement. It gives us an exclusive story under your name, day by day, from now until Christmas. On December 26th, you get one railroad ticket out of town. And the bulletin agrees to pay to have your lawn fixed. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's got to be by Bonesetter Brown.
Okay, Bonesetter Brown goes. Here, sign it. Meanwhile, here's $50 spending money. That's fine. Beanie?
Yes, boss.
Take charge of him. Get him a suite at the Imperial and hire some bodyguards.
Yeah, and some new clothes, Beanie.
You think we better have him to allow?
Yeah.
Both of them?
Yes, both of them, but don't let them out of your sight.
Hey, Beanie, gray suit, huh?
Yes. Okay, fellas.
Take it easy, John Doe.
And you start pounding that typewriter. Oh, boy, this is terrific. No responsibilities on our part, just statements from John Doe, and we can blast our heads off.
Before you pop too many buttons, don't forget to make out that check for $1,000.
Okay, fellas. Now, let me see. You sit outside the door. Nobody comes in, see? You two fellas sit in here.
Hey, pretty nifty, huh?
You ain't gonna get me to stay here.
Sure you are.
No, sir. That spot under the bridge where we slept last night's good enough for me.
Say, what'll I do with this baggage?
Let's stick him in the bedroom.
Give me mine. I ain't staying. You know, we were headed for the Columbia River country before all this John Doe business came up. You remember that, don't you?
Sure, I remember. Say, your ears popped coming up in the elevator. Mine did.
All along, John. I tell you, it's no good. You're gonna get used to a lot of stuff that's gonna wreck you. Why, that $50 in your pocket's beginning to show up on you already. And don't pull that on me, neither.
Stop worrying, Colonel. I'm going to get my arm fixed out of this.
Hey, here's some cigars the boss sent us. Have one.
Hey,
Help
cigars.
yourself.
No.
Say, I'll bet you even the major leaguers don't rate an outfit like this.
Here, make yourself comfortable. Paper?
I don't read no papers, and I don't listen to radios either. I know the world's been shaped by a drunken barber, and I don't have to read it. I've seen guys like you go under before. Guys that never had a worry. Then they got a hold of some dough and went goofy. The first thing that happens to a guy...
Hey, load of the bedroom.
No. The first thing that happens to a guy like that, he starts wanting to go into restaurants and sit down at a table and eat salads and cupcakes and tea. Boy, what that kind of food does to your system. The next thing the dope wants is a room. Yes, sir, a room with steam heat, and curtains and rugs, and before you know it, he's all softened up and he can't sleep unless he has a bed.
Hey, stop worrying, Colonel. $50 ain't gonna ruin me.
I've seen plenty of fellas start out with $50 and wind up with a bank account.
Hey, what's the matter with the bank account, anyway?
And let me tell you, Long John, when you become a guy with a bank account, they got you. Yes, sir, they got you.
Who's got him?
The helots.
Who?
Hey, here's the City Hall tower I was supposed to jump off of. It's even higher than this.
Who's got him?
The helots.
Woo! Hey, wait a minute. You're not supposed to jump on Christmas Eve. Do you want to get me in a jam?
If it's going to get you in the jam, we'll do you a favor. I won't jump.
And when they got you, you got no more chance than a road rabbit.
Hey, who'd you say was going to get him?
Hey, is this one of those places where you ring if you want something?
Yeah, just use the phone.
Boy, I've always wanted to do this.
Hey, Doc, look. Look, Doc. Give me that again, will you? Who's going to get him?
The helots.
Who are they?
Listen, sucker, you ever been broke?
Sure, mostly often.
All right. You're walking along. Not a nickel in your jeans. You're free as the wind. Nobody bothers you. Hundreds of people pass you by in every line of business. Shoes, hats, automobiles, radios, furniture, everything. And they're all nice, lovable people. And they let you alone. Was that right? And Then you get a hold of some dough, and what happens? All those nice, sweet, lovable people become helots. A lot of heels. They begin creeping up on you, trying to sell you something. They get long claws, and they get a stranglehold on you. And you squirm, and you duck, and you holler, and you try to push them away, but you haven't got a chance. They got you. First thing you know, you own things. A car, for instance. Now your whole life is messed up with a lot more stuff. You get license fees, and number plates, and gas, and oil, and taxes, and insurance, and identification cards, and letters, and bills, and flat tires, and dents, and traffic tickets, and motorcycle cops, and courtrooms, and lawyers, and fines, and 1,000,001 other things. And what happens? You're not the free and happy guy you used to be. You gotta have money to pay for all those things. So you go after what the other fellas got. And there you are. You're a helot yourself.
You win, Colonel. Here, take the 50. Go out and get rid of it.
You bet I will, just as fast as I can. I'm gonna get some canned goods, a fishing rod, and the rest I'm gonna give away. Give away?
Hey, get me a pitcher's glove. I gotta get some practice.
Say, he's giving it away. I'm going to get me some of that. Hey, come back here, you helot.
Will you send up 5 hamburgers with all the trimmings, 5 chocolate ice cream sodas, and 5 pieces of apple pie? No, apple with cheese. Yeah, thanks.
Hello there. Well, well. If it isn't the man about town.
All set, Miss Ann.
Hmm? Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's see, we want some action in these pictures.
Action?
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
No. This man's going to jump off a roof.
Oh.
Here, wait a minute. Let me comb your hair. Sit down. Yeah, that's better. You know, he's got a nice face, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty.
Sit down, quiet egghead. All right, now a serious expression.
Can't. I'm feeling too good.
Oh, come on now, this is serious. You're a man disgusted with all of civilization.
With all of it?
Yes, you're sore at the world. Come on now.
Oh, crabby guy, huh?
Yeah. No. No, look. You don't have to smell the world.
Well, all those guys in the
Never
picture
mind
stand-
those guys. All right, stand up. Now, let's see what you look like when you protest.
Against what?
Against anything, just protest.
You got me.
Oh, look, I'm the umpire, and you just cut the heart of the plate with your fast one, and I called it a ball. What would you do?
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah.
Why can't you call it right, you boneheaded...
I don't care whose picture they're publishing. I still say that this John Doe person is a myth, and you can quote me on that. And I'm going to insist on his being produced for questioning. You know as well as I do that this whole thing is being engineered by a vicious man with a vicious purpose, Mr. D.B. Norton.
Connell and Miss Mitchell are at the house, sir.
Oh, they are? All right. Come on.
Personally, I think it's just plain stupidity to drop it. Now, you should see a fan mail, thousands. Why, it's going over like a house afire.
What are you afraid of, Connell? It's doubled our circulation.
Yeah, but it's got everybody sore. Ads are being pulled. The governor's starting a libel suit. What's more, they all know John Doe's a phony, and they insist on seeing
What about it? Let them see him. We'll go on one better. They can also hear him. You own a radio station, Mr. Norton. Why not put him on the air?
Watch out for this dame DB. She'll drive you batty.
Oh,
Look, we can't let him get to this Bush League pitcher and start pumping him. Good night. Now, tell him what that screwball might do. I walked in yesterday. Here he is, standing on a table with a fishing pole. Fly casting. Take my advice and get him out of town before this thing explodes in our faces.
If you do, Mr. Norton, you're just as much of a dumb cluck as he is. Excuse me.
No, you got yourself a meal ticket and you hate to
Sure,
let
it's
go.
a meal ticket for me, I admit it, but it's also a windfall for somebody like Mr. Norton who's trying to crash national politics. That's what you bought the newspaper for, isn't it? You want to reach a lot of people, don't you? Well, put John Doe in the air and you can reach 130 million of them. He can say anything he wants and they'll listen to him. All right, we'll forget the governor and the mayor and all the small fry like that. This can arouse national interest. If he made a hit around here, he can do it every place else in the country. And you'll be pulling the strings, Mr. Norton.
Go down to the office and arrange for some radio time.
But, DB, you're not going to
I want it as soon as possible.
Okay. I just came in to get warm myself. Come on, let's go.
Don't you go. I want to talk to you. Sit down. Hey, this John Doe idea was yours, huh?
Yes, sir.
How much money do you get?
$30.
$30. Well, what are you after? I mean, what do you want? A journalistic career?
Money.
Money? Well, I'm glad to hear somebody admit it. You suppose you could write a radio speech that would put that fellow over?
Oh, I'm sure I can.
Do it, and I'll give you $100 a week.
$100?
That's only the beginning. You play your cards right, and you'll never have to worry about money again. Oh, I know it.
Hello.
Hello. Whenever there's a pretty woman around. This is my nephew, Ted Sheldon, Miss Mitchell.
How do you do?
How do you do?
All right, Casanova, I'll give you a break. See that Miss Mitchell gets a car to take her home.
Always reading my mind, aren't you?
Thank you very much for everything.
And Miss Mitchell, I think from now on you'd better work directly with me.
Yes, sir. Children, it's past your bedtime.
Come on.
Now, scooch off today. Pour through me. I'm done. I'll never get this speech right.
Oh, yes, you will, Ann, dear. You're very clever.
Yeah, I know. What are you looking for?
Your purse, I need $10.
What for? I gave you 50 just the other day.
Yes, I know, dear, but Mrs. Burke had her baby yesterday. 9 pounds. And there wasn't a thing in the house. And then the community chest lady came.
And the 50's all gone, huh? Who's the 10 for?
The Websters.
The Websters.
You remember those lovely people your father used to take care of. I thought I'd buy them some groceries. Oh, Anne, dear, it's a shame those...
You're marvelous, Ma. You're just like Father used to be. Do you realize a couple of weeks ago we didn't have enough to eat ourselves?
Well, yes, I know, dear, but these people are in such need. And we have plenty now.
If you're thinking of that $1,000, forget it. It's practically all gone. We owed everybody in town. Now, you just got to stop giving all your money away.
Oh, Anne, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ma. Oh, don't pay any attention to me. I guess I'm just upset about all this. Gee whiz, here I am with a great opportunity to get somewhere, to give us security for once in our lives, and I'm stuck. If I could put this over, your Mrs. Burke can have 6 babies.
You mean this speech you're writing?
Yeah, I don't know. I simply can't get it to gel. I created somebody who's going to give up his life for a principle. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to listen to him over the radio. And unless he says something that's sensational, it's just no good.
Well, honey, of course, I don't know what kind of a speech you're trying to write. But judging from the samples I've read, I don't think anybody will listen. What? Darling, there's so many complaining political speeches. People are tired of hearing nothing but doom and despair on the radio. If you're going to have him say anything, why don't you let him say something simple and real, something with hope in it? If your father were alive, he'd know what to say.
Yeah. Father certainly would.
Wait a minute. That's your father's diary, Anne.
Father's... I never knew he had a diary.
There's enough in it for 100 speeches. Things people ought to hear nowadays. You be careful of it, won't you, dear? Always help to keep your father alive for me.
You bet I will, Ma.
Wait a minute. John Doe don't want to sign no autograph.
Well, what does he do all day?
What does he do all day? He's writing out his memories.
Sorry, lady, you can't see Mr. Doe. He wants to be alone. No. No, he just sits around all day and commutes with himself.
Oh!
I don't know how you're going to stand it around here till after Christmas. I'll bet you ain't heard a train whistle in 2 weeks.
Steve, right!
I know why you're hanging around. You're stuck on a girl. That's all a guy needs is to get hooked up with a woman.
What was that, a single? First baseman dropped the ball.
Butterfingers.
Tough luck, pal.
Guy has a woman on his hands. First thing he knows, his life is balled up with a lot more things. Furniture.
Did you get him? You're out.
Swell.
What's this, the end of the 8th?
9.
Hey, Beanie, there's a couple of mugs in the Chronicle snooping around out here.
Ah.
Come on, Angel Face. Gangway. What's the score, Angel Face?
3-2, our favor.
Gee, that's great.
Hey, you got swell form there. Must have been a pretty good pitcher.
Pretty good. Yeah, I was just about ready for the major leagues when I chipped a bone in my elbow. I got it pitching a 19-inning game.
19?
Yeah. There was a major league scout there watching me, too. And he came down after a game of the contract. You know what? I couldn't lift my arm to sign it. I'll be okay, though, as soon as I get it fixed up.
It's too bad.
What do you mean, too bad?
Huh? Oh, that you'll never be able to play again.
What are you talking about? I just told you I was going to get
Well, you know how they are in baseball if a guy's mixed up in a racket.
Racket? What do you mean?
Well, I was just thinking about this John Doe business. Why, as soon as it comes out it's all a fake, you'll be washed up in baseball, won't you?
Yeah. I never thought about that.
Gosh. And another thing, what about all the kids in the country? The kids that idolize ball players. What are they going to think about you?
Yeah. Hey, Colonel. Did you hear that? I gotta figure some way out of this thing.
Elevators are still running.
I know one way you can do it.
How?
Well, when you get up there on the radio, all you have to do is to say the whole thing's a frame-up. Make you a hero sure as you're born.
Yeah, but how am I gonna get my arm fixed?
Well, that's a cinch. I know somebody who'll give you $5,000 just to get up on the radio and tell the truth.
$5,000?
Yeah, $5,000, and he gets it right away. You don't have to wait till Christmas.
Look out, Long John. They're closing in on you.
Say, who's putting up this dough?
Fellow runs the Chronicle. Here's the speech you make, and it's all written out for you.
$5,000. Holy mackerel, I can see the helots coming, the whole army of them.
It's on the level.
No, I'm sorry. Tickets for the broadcast are all gone. Phone the bulletin.
Sorry, no more tickets left. Hello, John. All set for the big night? Well.
Turn around. One moment. Now stand.
Hold it, Mr. Doe.
A big smile, Mr. Doe.
Okay, Jeannie, that's all. Take him out. Now, look, John, here's the speech. It's in caps and double-spaced. You won't have any trouble reading it. Not nervous, are you?
No.
Of course not. He wouldn't be.
Who?
John Doe, the one in there.
Hey, don't let your knees rattle. It picks up on the mic.
Oh, Jeannie, you needn't be nervous, John. All you have to remember is to be sincere.
Pick up that phone, Miss Mitchell. It's for you.
Okay. Hello? Yes, Mother. Oh, thank you, darling.
Oh, there he is, the poor dear man. Oh, good luck to you, Mr. Doe. We want you to know that we're all for you. The girls all decided that you're not to jump off any roof. Oh, we'll stop it.
You got the speech I gave you?
Yeah.
Now, look. I'll give this money to the colonel just as soon as you get started. We'll have a car waiting at the side entrance for you.
Okay.
How'd you get in here?
Huh? Oh, I just came in to wish him
Come
luck.
on, out. Mother says good luck, too. John, when you read that speech, please believe every word of it. He turned out to be a wonderful person, John.
Who?
John Doe, the one in the speech.
Oh.
You know something? I've actually fallen in love with him.
All right, there he is, sister. Now, come on, plenty of both.
What's the idea?
No, that's too much. Not so much. Come on.
Oh, this is no time for cheap publicity, Mr. Cannell.
Listen, if that guy lays an egg, I want to get something out of it. I'm getting a Jane Doe ready.
Oh, come on.
Here.
Will you, fellas? Give me a kiss. I have to ready. Take one more. Well, that's fine, honey. You go ahead.
All right, I need one more.
Go ahead.
How you doing?
Oh. All right, Benny, bring him in.
Holy smoke, a happy helot.
There you are, boss, just like you ordered. Symbols of little people.
Okay, get him up.
All right, young fella.
This is ridiculous, Mr. Cannell. Come on, give me a kiss. It is on the air.
Come on,
No, come on. Come on, that's right. Do what you can get all the pictures you want.
Thank you very much.
Come on. What do you do it? That's right. Come on, Snooks, you better bail out.
Say goodbye, Mr. Doe.
Beanie.
All right.
Better get ready. 1 minute to go.
Wow, hey, 1 minute to go. The score is nothing to nothing. Now, please, John, you won't let me down, will you? Will you? Of course you won't. If you'll just think of yourself as the real John Doe. Listen, everything in that speech are things a certain man believed in. He was my father, John. When he talked, people listened. And they listened to you, too. Funny. You know what my mother said the other night? She said to look into your eyes, that I'd see Father there.
Hey, what do you say?
Okay, we're coming. Come on. Now, listen, John, you're a pitcher. Now get in there and pitch. Good luck.
Give him room, let him through. Come on.
Let's get out of here. There's the door right there.
Hey, what are you doing here?
That's what I'd like to know.
Come on, out.
Hey, he's a friend of mine.
Never mind, let him alone. He's all right. I'll be right over there pulling for you. John, over here.
Stand by.
Phone the Chronicle. Tell them to start getting those extras out.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Kenneth Fry speaking for the New Bulletin. Tonight we give you something entirely new and different. Standing beside me is the young man who has declared publicly that on Christmas Eve he intends to commit suicide, giving as his reason, quote, "I protest against the state of civilization," end quote. Ladies and gentlemen, the New Bulletin takes pleasure in presenting the man who is fast becoming the most talked of person in the whole country, John Doe.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the man you all know as John Doe. I took that name because it seems to describe the average man, and that's me. and that's me. Well, it was me before I said I was going to jump off the city hall roof at midnight on Christmas Eve. Now I guess I'm not average anymore. Now I'm getting all sorts of attention. From big shots, too.
We've been double-crossed.
The mayor and the governor, for instance. They don't like those articles I've been writing.
You're an imposter, young fellow. That's a pack of lies you're telling. Who wrote that speech for you?
Ladies and gentlemen, the disturbance you just heard was caused by someone in the audience who tried to heckle Mr. Doe. The speech will continue.
Well, people like the governor and that fellow there can stop worrying. I'm not going to talk about them. I'm going to talk about us, the average guys, the John Does. If anybody should ask you what the average John Doe is like, you couldn't tell him because he's a million and one things. He's Mr. Big and Mr. Small. He's simple and he's wise. He's inherently honest, but he's got a streak of larceny in his heart. He seldom walks up to a public telephone without shoving his finger into the slot to see if somebody left a nickel there. He's the man the ads are written for. He's the feller everybody sells things to. He's Joe Dokes, the world's greatest stooge and the world's greatest strength. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we're a great family, the John Does. We are the meek who are supposed to inherit the earth. You'll find us everywhere. We raise the crops, we dig the mines, work the factories, keep the books, fly the planes, and drive the buses. And when the cop yells, "Stand back there, you," he means us. the John Does.
Well, what kind of a speech is that? Didn't you read it?
We've existed since time began. We built the pyramids. We saw Christ crucified, pulled the oars for Roman emperors, sailed the boats for Columbus, retreated from Moscow with Napoleon, and froze with Washington at Valley Forge. Yes, sir. We've been in there dodging left hooks since before history began to walk. In our struggle for freak the canvas many a time, but we always bounce back because we're the people, and we're tough. They've started a lot of talk about free people going soft, that we can't take it. That's a lot of hooey. A free people can beat the world at anything, from war to tiddlywinks, if we all pull in the same direction. I know a lot of you are saying, what can I do? I'm just a little punk. I don't count. Well, you're dead wrong. The little punks have always counted, because in the long run, the character of a country is the sum total of the character of its little punks. But we've all got to get in there and pitch. We can't win the old ball game unless we have teamwork. And that's where every John Doe comes in. It's up to him to get together with his teammate. And your teammate, my friends, is the guy next door to you. Your neighbor. He's a terribly important guy, that guy next door. You're going to need him, and he's going to need you, so look him up. If he's sick, call on him. If he's hungry, feed him. If he's out of a job, find him one. To most of you, your neighbor is a stranger, a guy with a barking dog and a high fence around him. Now, you can't be a stranger to any guy that's on your own team. So tear down the fence that separates you. Tear down the fence, and you tear down a lot of hates and prejudices. Tear down all the fences in the country, and you'll really have teamwork. I know a lot of you are saying to yourselves, he's asking for a miracle to happen. He's expecting people to change all of a sudden. Well, you're wrong. It's no miracle. It's no miracle because I see it happen once every year, and so do you, at Christmas time. There's something swell about the spirit of Christmas, to see what it does to people, all kinds of people. Now, why can't that spirit, that same warm Christmas spirit, last the whole year round? Gosh, if it ever did, if each and every John Doe would make that spirit last 365 days out of the year, we'd develop such a strength, we'd create such a tidal wave of goodwill that no human force could stand against it. Yes, sir, my friends. The meek can only inherit the earth when the John Does start loving their neighbors. You better start right now. Don't wait till the game is called on account of darkness. Wake up, John Doe. You're the hope of the world.
John, you go wonderful.
Let's get out of here.
Now you're talking.
I knew you'd wake up sooner or later. Boy, am I glad we got out of that mess.
I had the $5,000 sewed up. Could have been on my way to old Doc Brown. You're a pitcher, John, she says. Now, go in there and pitch.
What a sucker. Yeah, she's a heel-lot just like the rest of us. Lucky you got away from her.
What was I doing up there making a speech anyway? Me, huh? Geez, the more I think about it, the more I could...
Tear down all the fences. Why, if you tore one picket off of your neighbor's fence, he'd sue you.
$5,000 had it right in my hand.
What do you mean he ran away? We'll go after him, find him. That man is terrific.
Columbia River, here we come.
Donuts, huh?
What'll it be, gents?
Have you got a couple of steaks about that big and about that thick?
Yeah, with hash brown potatoes and tomatoes and apple pie and ice cream and coffee.
And donuts, I know. Hey, Ma! Seekers! A pair.
Think of the fair coming up.
Glad he took the key out of there.
Hey, look. Join the John Doe Club.
John Doe Club?
Uh-oh.
You John Doe?
Who?
John Doe.
Ah, you need glasses, buddy.
Oh, but it's a spitting image of John Doe.
Yeah, but his name is Willoughby.
I'm John Willoughby. I'm a baseball player.
Sure.
Oh, no, I'd know that voice anyway. You can't kid me. You John Doe. Hey, Ma! Ma! That's John Doe.
John Doe.
Yeah, sitting right there, big as life.
Who'd you say it was?
John Doe, the big guy there. Pictures in the paper. That's John Guy. John Doe. John Doe. Hey, operator. Dan Beaner. Look, call everybody in town. John Doe was just in my place. Yeah, he ordered donuts. John Doe.
My office is packed like a sardine box.
What does John Doe look like, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, he's one of those great big outdoor type men. No, you can't see him. You didn't vote for me the last time. Shame on you. What are you doing there? Get off my front porch anyhow. Mr. Norton come yet? Oh, well, I wonder where he's at. What's keeping him? He should have been here 15 minutes ago. Oh, there he comes now. Now, everybody on your dignity. Don't do anything to disgrace us. A little town, but we got to show off.
Better let me talk to him.
All right, but present it to him as a great cause for the common man.
Ah, here he comes. Now, give him room down there. Give him room, folks. Come on now. Come on, here he comes. Here he comes. Here's Mr. Norton. How do you do, Mr. Norton? I'm Mayor Hawkins. Get Mr. Norton. Let me go, you darn tool. I'm the mayor. Mr. Norton. Mr. Norton. Mr. Norton. I'm Mayor Hawkins. Your office telephoned me to hold him.
Well, that's fine. How is he?
Oh, he's fine. He's right in my office there. You know, it's a great honor having John Doe here, and you too. Haven't had so much excitement since the old city hall burned down. People are so excited, and then it tore its clothes off. Oh, Matilda, darling, phone the newspapers, tell them Mr. Norton's here. Step right inside, Mr. Norton. My office. Very comfortable here, Mr. Norton. Just had it air conditioned. Gangway, please. Make room for Mr. Norton. Gangway. Gangway. Here he is, Mr. Norton. Well taken care of. The neighbors are serving him a light lunch.
Hello, John.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, we'd like to talk to him alone.
Why, certainly, certainly. All right, everybody. Clear out.
No, but you...
Everybody, quickly now. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right. Don't argue with me here. Wait till we get home.
Don't you push me around like that. Even though I'm your wife, you can't push me around.
Look, Mr. Norton, I think you got a lot of nerve having those people hold us here.
There's nobody holding you here, Mr. Doe. It's only natural
There's
that
nobody holding us here. Let's get going. Incidentally, my name isn't Doe. It's Willoughby.
Look, John, something terribly important's happened. They're forming John Doe clubs. We know of 8 already, and they say that there's
John Doe clubs? What for?
To carry out the principles you talked about in your radio speech.
I don't care what they're forming. I'm on my way, and I don't like the idea of being stopped either.
Oh, but you don't know how big this thing is. You should see the thousands of telegrams we've received and what they're saying about you.
Look, it started as a circulation stunt, didn't it? Well, you got your circulation. Now, why don't you let me alone?
Oh, it started as a circulation stunt, but it isn't anymore. Mr. Norton wants to get back of it and sponsor John Doe clubs all over the country. He wants to send you on a lecture tour.
Me?
Uh-huh.
Well, certainly, with your ability to influence people, it might grow into a glorious movement.
Say, let's get something straight here. I don't want any part of this thing. If you got an idea I'm going around lecturing the people, why, you're crazy. Baseball's my racket, and I'm sticking to it. Come on, Colonel, let's get out of here.
John,
Please. I just got rid of one crowd.
Oh, but please, Mr. Mayor, tell him the John Doe Club wants to talk to him.
Let them in, Mr. Mayor. Let them come in.
Okay, folks, but remember your manners. No stampeding. Walk slow, like you do when you come to pay your taxes.
Okay. All right, give me a chance.
Come right in.
My name's Bert Hanson, Mr. Doe. I'm the head soda jerker at Schwabacker's drugstore. Well, sir, you see, me and my wife, we heard your broadcast, and we got quite a bang out of it, especially my wife. Kept me up half the night saying, that man's right, honey. The trouble with the world is nobody gives a hoot about his neighbor. That's why everybody in town's sore and cranky at each other. And I kept saying, well, that's fine, but how's a guy going to go around loving the kind of neighbors we got? Old Sourpuss, for instance. You see, Sourpuss Smithers is a guy who lives all alone next door to us. He's a cranky old man and runs a second-hand furniture store. We haven't spoken to him for years. I always figured he was an ornery old gent that hated the world because he was always slamming his garage door and playing the radio so loud he kept half the neighbors up. Well, anyway, the next morning I'm out watering the lawn and I look over and there's Sourpuss on the other side of the hedge straightening out a dent in his fender. And my wife yells to me out the window. She says, go on, speak to him, Bert. And I figured, well, heck, I can't lose anything, so I yelled over to him, good morning, Mr. Smithers. He went right on pounding his fender. Was I burned? So I turned around to give my wife a dirty look, and she said, louder, louder, he didn't hear you. So in a voice you could have heard in the next county, I yelled, good morning, Mr. Smithers. Well, sir, you could have knocked me over with a feather. Old Sourpuss turned around surprised-like, and he put on a big smile, came over and took my hand like an old lodge brother, and he said, good morning, Hanson. I've been wanting to talk to you for years, only I thought you didn't like me. And then he started chatting away like a happy little kid, and he got so excited his eyes all... Well, Mr. Doe, before we got through, I found out Smithers is a swell egg, only he's pretty deaf, and that accounts for all the noises. And he says it's a shame how little we know about our neighbors. And then he got an idea, and he said, how's about inviting everybody someplace where we can all get together and know each other a little better? Well, I'm feeling so good by this time, I'm ripe for anything. So Smithers goes around the neighborhood inviting everybody to a meeting at the schoolhouse, and I tell everybody that comes in the store, including Mr. Schwabacker, my boss. I'm talking too much. Well, I'll be doggone if for 40 people don't show up. Of course, none of us knew what to do, but we sure got a kick out of seeing how glad everybody was just to say hello to one another.
Tell him about making Sourpuss chairman.
Oh, yeah, we made Sourpuss chairman and decided to call ourselves the John Doe Club. And say, incidentally, this is my wife. Come here, honey. This is my wife, Mr. Doe.
How do you do, Mr. Doe? Sourpuss is here, too.
Oh, is he? This is Sourpuss, or excuse me, Mr. Smithers, Mr. Doe.
That's all right. If you didn't call me Sourpuss, it wouldn't feel natural.
Well, anyway, I guess nearly everybody in the neighborhood came except the Delaney's. The Delaney's live in a big house with an iron fence around it, and they always keep their blinds drawn. And we always figured that he was just an old miser that sat back counting his money, so why bother about inviting him? Until Grimes, the milkman, spoke up and he said, say, you've got the Delaney's all wrong. And then he tells us about how they canceled their milk last week, and how when he found a note in the bottle, he got kind of curious-like, and he sort of peeked in under the blinds and found the house was empty. If you ask me, he says, they're starving.
Old man Delaney has been bringing his furniture over to my place at night, one piece at a time, and selling it.
Yeah. And, well, sir, a half dozen of us ran over there to fetch him, and we brought him to the meeting. And what a reception they got. Why, everybody shook hands with him and made a fuss over them, and, well, finally, Mr. and Mrs. Delaney just sat right down and cried.
And then we started to find out about a lot of other people.
Yeah, sure. Well, you know Grubel, for instance.
Grubel's here.
Yeah, that's a... You don't know Grubel, but he's a man that everybody figured was the worst no-account in the neighborhood because he was living like a hermit, and nobody would have anything to do with him. That isn't Little Murphy. The postman told us the truth. Why, Grubel, he says, he lives out of garbage cans because he won't take charity, because it'd ruin his self-respect, he says.
Just like you said on the radio, Mr. Doe.
Well, sir, about a dozen families got together and gave Grubel a job watering their lawns. Isn't that wonderful? And then we found jobs for 6 other people, and they've all gone off for leave.
Yeah, and my boss, Mr. Schwabecker, made a job in his warehouse for old man Delaney.
And he gave you that $5 raise.
Yeah, that's swell.
Why, Bert, I feel slighted. I'd like to join, but nobody asked me.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but we voted that no politician could join.
Just the John Does of the neighborhood, because you know how politicians are.
Well, the reason we wanted to tell you this, Mr. Doe, was just to give you an idea of what you've started. And from where I'm sitting, I don't see any sense in you jumping off any building.
No.
Well, thank you for listening. Goodbye, Mr. Doe. You're a wonderful man, and it strikes me you can be mighty useful walking around for a while. Say goodbye, Mr. Doe. Goodbye, Mr. Doe.
I'm Mrs. Delaney, Mr. Doe, and God bless you, my boy.
Gee whiz, I'm all mixed up. I don't get it. Look, all those swell people think I'm going to jump off a building or something. I never had any such idea. Gosh. The fellow'd have to be a mighty fine example himself to go around telling other people how to... Say, look, what happened the other night was on account of Miss Mitchell here. She wrote the stuff.
Don't you see what a wonderful thing this can be? But we need you, John.
You're hooked. I can see that right now. They got you. Well, I'm through. For 3 years, I've been trying to get you up to the Columbia River country. First it was your glass arm, then it was the radio, and now it's the John Doe clubs. Well, I ain't waiting another minute. Gangway, you helots!
Hey, Colonel, wait a minute.
I want your personally to go along with John Doe and Miss Mitchell and handle the press and the radio.
Me?
Yes, I don't want to take any chances. And Johnson?
Yes, Stevie.
Your crew will do the mop-up job. They'll follow John Doe into every town, see that the clubs are properly organized and the charters issued.
Right.
There are only 8 flags up there now. I want to see that map covered before we get through.
demands, I'd understand it. But the John Does ask for nothing.
People are going off relief. If this keeps up, I'll be out of a job. As soon as it gets strong enough, we'll find out what John Doe wants. 30 every Thursday. 60 at 60. Who knows what?
I'm sorry, boss. They just won't let anybody talk politics to them. It's crazy.
We've got to get to them. They represent millions of voters.
I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, this thing has been nothing short of a prairie fire. We've received so many applications for charters to the John Doe clubs, we haven't been able to take care of them.
I'd hate to have that many pins stuck in me.
This John Doe convention is a natural. It's going to put our city on the map. Why, over 2,400 John Doe clubs are sending delegates. Can you imagine that? You, Mr. Mayor, will be the official host. You will make the arrangements for decorating the city, parades, and a reception for John Doe when he gets home. And don't wear your high hat.
No high hat?
No high hat. And from you, Cannell, I want a special John Doe edition every day until the convention is over. And now, if you will, please step into the outer office and look your prettiest because there are photographers there to take pictures of this committee.
Don't worry, D.B. Everything will be taken care of.
Isn't it all too wonderful?
Gather down here in a nice group. I'll get a nice rug here. Oh, Mr. Mayor, would you step down in front row, please? You ladies get close to him. That's it.
Well, I don't get it.
Get what?
Look, D.B., I'm supposed to know my way around. This John Doe movement has cost you a fortune. Now, this convention is going to cost plenty.
Well?
Well, I'm stuck with 2 and 2, and I'm a sucker if I can make 4 out of it. Where do you come in?
I'll have the satisfaction of knowing that my money has been spent for a worthy cause.
I see. I better stick to running the paper, huh?
I think maybe you better have. Cannell, I'd like to have the John Doe contract, all the receipts for the money we advanced him with the letter Miss Mitchell wrote, for which I gave her $1,000.
Yes, sure.
Well, we leave for the airport. Half an hour. Is that Johnny boy's room? Better hustle him up.
He'll be ready on time. He's packing.
Ah, good. Did you see his picture on the cover of Time?
Yeah.
I gotta give you credit, Annie girl. I've handled a good many big promotions in my time. Everything from a World's Fair to a channel swimmer. But this one has certainly got me spinning. And now a John Doe convention. Wow. Say, if you could only get him to jump off the City Hall roof on Christmas Eve, I'd guarantee you 500,000 people there.
Charlie,
Huh?
what do you make of him?
Oh, Johnny boy? Well, I don't know what angle you want, but I'll give it to you quick. Number 1, he's got great yokel appeal, but he's a nice guy. Number 2, he's beginning to believe he really wrote that original suicide letter that you made up. Number 3, he thinks that you're Joan of Arc or something.
Yeah, I know.
Number 4, well, you know what number 4 is. He's nuts about you. Yeah, it's running out of his ears.
You left out number 5. We're all healed, me especially.
Holy smoke.
Come in.
More packed. Good. I'll go and get Beanie Boy.
Okay, Charlie boy. Can I help you pack?
No, thank you.
You care if I sit down out here?
No.
You know, I had a crazy dream last night. It was about you.
About me?
Sure was crazy. I dreamt I was your father. There was something I was trying to stop you from doing. So I got up out of bed, and I walked right through the wall here, right straight into your room. You know how dreams are. And there you were in bed. But you're a little girl, you know, about 10. And very pretty, too. So I shook you, and the moment you opened your eyes, you hopped out of bed and started running like the devil in your nightgown. You ran right out the window there, and you ran out over the tops of buildings and roofs and everything for miles. And I was chasing you. And all the time you were running, you kept growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and pretty soon you were as big as you are now, you know, grown up. And all the time I kept asking myself, what am I chasing her for? And I didn't know. Isn't that a hot one? Well, anyway, you ran into some place, and then I ran in after you, and when I got there you were getting married. And the nightgown had changed into a beautiful wedding gown. You sure look pretty, too. And then I knew what it was I was trying to stop you from doing. Dreams are sure crazy, aren't they? Well,
Would you like to know who it was you were marrying?
Oh, a tall, handsome Eubangy, I suppose.
No, not that bad. It was that fellow that sends you flowers every day. What's his name? Mr. Norton's nephew?
Ed Sheldon.
Yeah, that's the one. But here's the funniest part of it all. I was the fellow up there doing the marrying, you know, the justice of peace or something.
You were? I thought you were chasing me.
Well, yes, I was, but I was your father then, see? But the real me, John Doe, or that is, Long John Willoughby, I was the fellow up there with the book. You know what I mean?
I guess so. Then what happened?
Well, I took you across my knee and I started spanking you. That is, I didn't do it. I mean, I did do it, but it wasn't me, you see. I was your father then. Well, I held you across my knee and I said, Annie, I won't allow you to marry a man that's just rich or that has his secretary send you flowers. The man you marry has got to swim rivers for you. He's got to climb high mountains for you. He's got to slay dragons for you. He's got to perform wonderful deeds for you. Yes, sir. And all the time, the guy up there, you know, with the book, me, just stood there nodding his head. And he said, go to it, Pop. Whack her one from me, because that's just the way I feel about it, too. So he said, come on down here and whack her yourself. So I came down and I whacked you a good one, see? And he whacked you. And I whacked you another one. We both started whacking you like...
Well, if you're through whacking her, come on, let's get going. Okay, fellas, right in here. You go out the side entrance, there's a bunch of autograph seekers out front. We'll be down with the bags in a minute. Come on, don't make a government project out of it.
Hi, Benny.
When's our plane take off again?
Couple of minutes.
How many people do you think we've talked to already, outside the radio, I mean?
Oh, I don't know. About 300,000.
300,000. What makes them do it, Ann? What makes them come and listen and get up their John Doe clubs the way they do? I've been trying to figure it out.
Look, John, what we're handing them are platitudes. Things they've heard a million times. Love thy neighbor, clouds have silver linings, turn the other cheek. It's just as...
Yeah, I heard them a million times, too, but there you are. Maybe they're like me, just beginning to get an idea what those things mean. You know, I never thought much about people before. They were always just somebody to fill up the bleachers. And the only time I worried about them is when they didn't come in to see me pitch. You know, lately I've been watching them when I talk to them. I could see something in their faces. I could feel that they were hungry for something. You know what I mean? Maybe that's why they came. Maybe they're just lonely and wanted somebody to say hello to. I know how they feel. I've been lonely and hungry for something practically all my life.
All aboard, folks.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, somebody else sitting here?
No, that's your seat. And this is your coat.
Mine?
A little token of appreciation.
Oh, it's beautiful, D.B. But I don't quite know what to say.
Well, don't say anything at all. Just sit down.
Oh.
Go ahead, open it.
Oh. Oh, it's lovely.
And a new contract goes with it.
Well, come on, spring it. You've got something on your mind. Must be stupendous.
You know, that's what I like about it. Right to the point, like that. All right, Practical Annie, here it is. Tomorrow night, before a crowd of 15,000 people and talking over a nationwide radio hookup, John Doe will announce the formation of a third party.
A third party?
Yes, the John Doe Party. Devoted entirely to the interests of all the John Does all over the country, which practically means 90% of the voters. He will also announce the third party's candidate for the presidency. A man whom he personally recommends. A great humanitarian. The best friend the John Does have.
Mr. D.B. Norton.
Yes.
Wow.
And although the opening of the convention is hours off, the delegates are already pouring into the ballpark by the droves, with lunch baskets, banners, and petitions asking John Doe not to jump off any roof.
No matter how you look at it, it's still a phenomenal movement. These John Does, or the hoi polloi, as you've heard people call them, have been laughed at and ridiculed, but here they are, gay and happy, having traveled thousands of miles, their expenses paid by their neighbors, to come here to pay homage to their hero, John Doe.
And in these days of wars and bombings, it's a hopeful sign that a simple idea like this can sweep the country. An idea based on friendliness, on giving and not taking, on helping your neighbor and asking nothing in return. And if a thing like this can happen, don't let any of your grumbling friends tell you that humanity is falling apart. This is John B. Hughes, signing off now and returning you to our main studio until 9 o'clock, when the convention will officially open.
Oh, John, come in.
Say, I'm kind of... It's raining out a little.
That's all right. It's good to see you. Sit down.
Thanks. It's for Anne.
Oh, how nice. Thank you very much.
Flowers.
I'm terribly sorry she isn't here.
She isn't?
No, she just left. I'm surprised you didn't run into her. She went over to Mr. Norton's house.
Oh.
Did you want to see her about something important?
Yeah. Well, no, it'll wait. Say, he's a nice man, isn't he? Mr. Norton, I mean. He's done an awful lot for the... Say, my coat's pretty wet. I'm afraid I might have wet the couch a little. Well, I guess I'll see her at the convention later.
Yes, of course. I'll see that she gets the flowers.
Thanks. Good night, Mrs. Mitchell.
Good night, John.
Say, Miss Mitchell, I'm kind of glad Anne isn't here. See, I came over here hoping to see her alone, and kind of hoping I wouldn't, too, you know what I mean? There was something I wanted to talk to her about. But, well, it'll wait, I guess. Good night.
Good night, John.
Say, look, Mrs. Mitchell, have you ever been married? Oh, I'm sure you have. Gosh, that's pretty silly. I guess you must think I'm kind of batty. Well, I guess I'd better be going at that.
John, my husband said, I love you. Will you marry me?
You did? What happened?
I married him.
Yeah, that's what I mean, see? It was easy as all that, huh? Yeah, but look, Mrs. Mitchell. You know, I love Anne, and it's going to be awfully hard for me to say it. Because, well, you know, she's so wonderful. And, well, the best I ever was a Bush League pitcher. And, you know, I think she's in love with another man. The one she made up. You know, the real John Doe. Well, that's pretty tough competition. I bet you he'd know how to say it all right. With me, I get up to it and around it and in back of it, but I never get right to it. You know what I mean? so the only chance I've got is, well, if somebody could kind of give her a warning, sort of prepare her for the shock.
You mean you'd like me to do it? Hmm?
Well, I was thinking that, yeah, sort of break the ice.
Of course I will, John.
Thank you, Mrs. Mitchell. Hey, you're okay.
This John Doe meeting is going to be one of the biggest things that ever happened. Why, they're coming from all over. Trains, boxcars, wagons. Look out! Hello, bodyguard. Hey, had your dinner yet?
Not yet.
Oh, that's all right.
Look, no, go ahead and have your dinner.
Wait a minute, John.
Hello, Mr. Connell.
All right, John. John, I want to have a little talk with you. What's the matter? Are you falling? Come here. Hey, boss. Oh, quiet. Say, tell me something. Did you read the speech you're going to make tonight?
No, I never read the speeches before I make them. I get more of a kick out of it that way.
That's just exactly what I thought. Beanie, go on down to the office, tell Pop to give you the speech. There's a copy on my desk.
Gee whiz, boss, you know Mr. Norton told me not to leave him, not even for a minute.
Go on. We'll be at Jim's bar up the street. You're a nice guy, John. I like you. You're gentle. I always like gentle people. Me, I'm hard. Hard and tough. I got a use for hard people. Gotta be gentle to suit me. Like you, for instance. Yep, I'm hard. But you want to know something? I've got a weakness. Never guess that, would you? I have. Want to know this? Star-Spangled Banner. Screw you. Well, maybe it is, but play the Star-Spangled Banner. I'm a sucker for it. Always gets me right here. Know what I mean?
Yeah, it gets me right back here.
Oh, back there, huh? Well, every man to his own taste. You weren't old enough. You weren't old enough for the World War, were you, Jim? No, of course not. Oh, you must have been just kidding. I was just ripe and raring to go. You know what my old man did when I joined up? He joined up, too. Got to be a sergeant. And here's a kick for you. We were in the same outfit. Funny, huh? Hmm? He was killed, John. I saw him get it. I was right there, and I saw it with my own eyes. Me, I came out without a scratch. That is, excepting my ulcers. I should be drinking milk, you know. This stuff is poison. Hey, Tubby.
Yes, Mr. Connell?
What do you say, huh?
All right.
Yep, I'm a sucker for this country. I'm a sucker for the Star-Spangled Banner, and I'm a sucker for this country. I like what we got here. I like it. A guy can say what he wants and do what he wants without having a bayonet shoved through his belly. And that's all right, isn't it?
You betcha.
Yeah. We don't want anybody coming around changing it, do we? No, sir. When they do, I get mad. I get boiling mad. Right now, John, I'm sizzling. I get mad for a lot of other guys besides myself. I get mad for a guy named Washington, and a guy named Jefferson, and Lincoln. Lighthouses, John. Lighthouses in a foggy world. You know what I mean?
This fifth column stuff is pretty rotten, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
And you'd feel like an awful sucker if you found yourself marching right in the middle of it, wouldn't you? You. Of course, you would have known it because you're gentle. But that's what you're doing. You're mixed up with a skunk, my boy. A no-good, dangerous skunk.
So you're not talking about Mr. Norton, are you?
I'm not talking about his grandfather's pet poodle.
You must be wrong, Mr. Cannell. 'Cause he's been marvelous about the John Doe clubs.
Yeah? Say, you're as sold on this John Doe ad, aren't you?
Sure.
Sure. I don't blame you. So am I. It's a beautiful miracle. A miracle that can only happen right here in the good old USA. And I think it's terrific. What do you think of that? Me, hard-boiled Cannell, and I think it's plenty terrific. All right. Now, supposing a certain unmentionable worm whose initials are DB was trying to use that to shove his way into the White House so he could put the screws on, so he could turn out the lights in those lighthouses. What would you say about that, huh?
Nobody's going to do that, Mr. Cannell. They can't use the John Doe clubs for politics. That's the main idea.
Is that so? Then what's a big political boss like Hammett doing in town? And a labor leader like Bennett? And a lot of other big shots is up at DB's house right now. Wolves, John. Wolves. Waiting to cut up the John Does. Wait till you get a gander at the speech you're going to make tonight.
You're all wet. Miss Mitchell writes those speeches. Nobody can make her write that kind of stuff.
They can't, huh? Who do you think writes them? My Aunt Emma? I know she writes them. Gets a big bonus for doing them, too. A mink coat and a diamond bracelet. Don't write them. Why, that gold-grabbing dame would double-cross her own mother for a handful of Chinese yen.
Shut up. If you weren't drunk, I'd...
Hey, boss. Here's the speech, boss.
Hey. Go on and read it, John, and then start sucking.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Doe.
Tubby?
Yes, sir.
Better bring me a glass of milk. I'm smoking too much.
Yes, Charlie? Got everything all set? Fine. John Doe been taken care of? Good. How many people do you think will be there? 15,000? Oh, my, that's fine. Now, listen, Charlie. As soon as John Doe stops talking about me, I want you to start that demonstration. And make it a big one, you understand?
Don't worry about that, DB. My boys are there. They'll take care of it.
What? Yes, I'll be there 15 minutes after I get your call.
Why, Mr. Doe. Where are they?
In the dining room, sir.
Now, gentlemen, I think we're about ready to throw that great big bombshell.
Yeah, well, it's about time.
Even a conservative estimate shows that we can count on anywhere between 10 and 20 million John Doe votes. Add to that the labor vote that Mr. Bennett will throw in, and the votes controlled by Mr. Hammett and the rest of you gentlemen in your own territories, and nothing can stop us.
As I said before, I'm with you, providing you can guarantee the John Doe vote.
Don't worry about that.
You can count on me on one condition. Little Bennett's got to be taken care of.
Didn't I tell you that everybody in this room would be taken care of? My agreement with you gentlemen stands.
I'm with you, DB, but I still think it's a very daring thing we're attempting.
These are daring times, Mr. Barrington. We're coming to a new order of things. There's too much talk been going on in this country. Too many concessions have been made. What the American people need is an iron hand.
That's right. That's true. You're quite right, DB.
Discipline.
Right.
And now, may I offer a little toast to Miss Ann Mitchell, the brilliant and beautiful lady who is responsible for all this.
Miss Mitchell.
Mr. Norton, I'd like to talk to you alone for a minute.
Oh, Miss Mitchell has something to say to us. Hello?
John, I'm so glad to see you. I was terribly worried.
Did you write this?
Yes, I did, John, but I had no idea what was going on.
You didn't?
No.
That's a swell bracelet you're wearing.
John, why aren't you at the convention? Is there anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. So there's going to be a new order of things, huh? Everybody's going to cut himself a nice fat slice of the John Does, eh? You forgot one detail, Mr. Big Shot. You forgot me, the prize stooge of the world. Why, if you or anybody else thinks he's going to use the John Doe clubs for his own rotten purpose, he's going to have to do it over my dead body.
Oh, hold on a minute, young man. Hold on. That's rather big talk. I started the John Doe clubs with my money. And I'll decide whether or not they're being properly used.
No, you won't. You're through deciding anything. And what's more, I'm going down to that convention, and I'm going to tell those people exactly what you and all your fine-feathered friends here are trying to cook up for them. And I'm going to say it in my own words this time.
Stop it, baby. You ruined us, TV.
Wait a minute, fella. My uncle wants to talk to you.
Listen to me, my son. Before you lose your head completely, may I remind you that I picked you up out of the gutter and I can throw you right back there again? You've got a nerve accusing people of things. These gentlemen and I know what's best for the John Does of America, regardless of what tramps like you think. Get off that righteous horse of yours and come to your senses. You're the fake. We believe in what we're doing. You're the one that was paid the 30 pieces of silver. Have you forgotten that? Well, I haven't. You're a fake John Doe, and I can prove it. You're the big hero that's supposed to jump off tall buildings and things. Do you remember? What do you suppose your precious John Does will say when they find out that you never had any intention of doing it, that you were being paid to say so? You're lucky they didn't run you out of the country. With the newspapers and the radio stations that these gentlemen control, we can kill the John Doe movement deader than a doornail. We'll do it, too, the moment you step out of line. Now, if you still want to go to that convention and shoot your trap off, you go ahead and do it.
You mean to tell me you'd try to kill the John Doe movement if you can't use it to get what you want?
You bet your bottom dollar we would.
Well, that certainly is a new low. I guess I've seen everything now. You sit there back of your big cigars and think of deliberately killing an idea that's made millions of people a little bit happier. An idea that's brought thousands of them here from all over the country, by bus and by freight and jalopies and on foot, so they can pass on to each other their own simple little experiences. Why, look, I'm just a mug and I know it, but I'm beginning to understand a lot of things. Why, your type's as old as history. If you can't lay your dirty fingers on a decent idea and twist it and squeeze it and stuff it into your own pocket, you slap it down. Like dogs, if you can't eat something, you bury it. Why, this is the one worthwhile thing that's come along. People are finally finding out that the guy next door isn't a bad egg. That's simple, isn't it? And yet a thing like this got a chance of spreading till it touches every last doggone human being in the world, and you talk about killing it. Why, when this fire dies down, what's going to be left? More misery, more hunger, and more hate. And what's to prevent that from starting all over again? Nobody knows the answer to that one, and certainly not you with those slimy, bollocked-up theories you got. The John Doe idea may be the answer, though. It may be the one thing capable of saving this cockeyed world, yet you sit back there on your fat hulks and tell me you'll kill it if you can't use it. Well, you go ahead and try. You couldn't do it in a million years with all your radio stations and all your power, because it's bigger than whether I'm a fake. It's bigger than your ambitions, and it's bigger than all the bracelets and fur coats in the world.
You bet it is, John.
And that's exactly what I'm going down there to tell those people.
A minute, you ungrateful rat. My uncle's been too good.
He's getting away. Give me the book.
John! I've always told you, TV, you're playing with dynamite. Wait.
All right, now, get away. Before he gets through tonight, he'll rule us all. Now, stop and call. Don't worry, I've been ready for this.
John! Oh, John, please listen to me. Please, I
driver, the ballpark.
Mr. Martin wants to see you. Listen to me, Mayor Robert. You do as I say. I want them both arrested. You tell the police department to pick up Canal. I've got the girl here.
I've got the bulletin.
I don't care what you charge him with. If you're worried, let him go in the morning, but keep him in jail overnight. Hello, Bulletin. Put Patwire on.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a moment of silent prayer for the John Does all over the world, many of whom are homeless and hungry. Rise, please. Everybody rise.
Newsboys. Hundreds of yelling newsboys are swarming into the park like locusts.
They're yelling John Doe's a fake, fake.
Investigation urged by Chamber of Commerce.
How could he be a fake president? It must be some kind of a gag. Oh, what? A gag. A gag.
Now, so let's get going. Wait for the scene. Hey, miss, will you autograph my balloon? Sure.
You all know me. I accuse this man of being a faker. We've been taken for a lot of suckers, and I'm the biggest of the lot. I spent a fortune backing this man in what I believe to be a sincere and worthy cause, just as you all did. And now I find out it's nothing but a cheap racket cooked up by him and two of my employees for the sole purpose of collecting dues from John Does all over the country.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. Nickels and dimes to stuff into their own pockets. You can read all about it in the newspapers there.
That's a lie. Listen,
This man had no intention of jumping off the top of a building. He was paid to say so. Do you deny that?
That's got nothing to do with it.
Were you paid for it, or weren't you?
Yes, I was paid, but there
And what about the suicide note? You didn't write that either. What difference? Did you write it or didn't you?
No, I didn't write it.
Now, you bet your life you didn't. You look in your papers, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll find this Mitchell's fine confession that she was the one who wrote it.
Listen, folks, it's a fact that I didn't write the letter.
There you see, he admits that you're a fake John Doe. For what you have done to all these good people, they ought to run you out of the country. And I hope they do it.
Speak up, John. We believe you.
Please, listen, folks. Now that he's through shooting over his face, I've got a couple of things to tell you about.
Come on, the rest of you get in here and riot. Break this crowd up. Come on.
I'm sorry, folks, but we can't hear him anymore. Something's gone wrong with the loudspeakers.
John Doe's a fake.
Boo! They can't hear me. This thing's not working. Ladies and gentlemen. This thing's bigger than whether I'm a fake. Look, Kirk, you believe me, don't you?
Sure. I believe you. Walking my legs off, digging up 5,000 signatures for a phony. Well, there you are, Mr. Doe. 5,000 names asking you not to jump off any roof.
It makes no difference, Bert. The idea's still good. We don't have to give up our club.
Yeah, well, you can have it.
They're starting to throw things. Somebody's going to get hurt. I'm afraid it'll be John Doe. Listen to that mob.
I'm gonna go to him.
All right, lady. Can't let go.
Let me go. I want to go to him. Oh, please. Please let me go. They're crucifying him. I can help him.
Sorry, sister. We got orders to hold.
Orders from who? You see, it's Kramer. And oh, why did they not let me go? They won't let me go.
Listen, folks. You gotta listen to me, everybody. That's the jungle, you hobo.
Just another racket.
Stick to your club. We've been fed baloney so long, we're getting used to it.
Finally managed to get him out of the park. If that boy isn't hurt, it'll be a miracle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this certainly looks like the end of the John Doe movement.
Well, boys, you can chalk up another one to the Pontius Pilates.
I should have been there. I could have helped him. He was so all alone.
A lot of us are going to be mighty ashamed of ourselves after tonight. We certainly didn't give that man much of a chance.
Have some more coffee, Long John?
No thanks, Carl.
wonderful man.
And God bless you, my boy.
Now get in there and catch him.
You're a fake John Doe, and I can prove it. You're the big hero who's supposed to jump off tall buildings and things. You remember? What do you suppose your precious John Does will say when they find out that you never had any intention of doing it, that you were being paid to say so?
Christmas Eve at midnight.
Merry Christmas, son. Merry Christmas.
Who? John Doe. Is that screwball still around?
Dame's been calling all day.
Sure, I know. Yeah, at midnight, huh? Okay, lady. We'll have the place surrounded with nets.
They're laughing at me.
You're a sick girl, Anne. You better take it easy.
Whom are you calling now? You called that number not 10 minutes ago.
Hello, Mr. Canal. Have you seen him yet?
Now listen, Ann, he can't possibly get in without our seeing him. I'm watching the side door and the colonel's out front, so stop worrying.
Oh. Thank you.
What, Anne?
Anne, don't be foolish.
If this isn't the craziest, the battiest, the looniest wild goose chase I ever heard of.
Shut up, Bert. Sourpuss is right.
Yeah, well, if he is, I'm a banana split.
That man is going to be on that roof. Don't ask me how I know. I just know, and you know it as well as I do.
Sure. I'd like to believe in fairy tales, but a guy that's a fake isn't going to jump off any roof.
I don't think he was any fake, not with that face. And anyway, what he stood for wasn't a fake.
Okay, honey, okay.
Elevators ain't running.
Colonel,
You shouldn't get out of bed, miss.
has he been here?
No.
Have you seen him?
I ain't seen him for a week.
Where's Canal?
He's watching the other door.
Oh, gee, you're swell. Oh.
No sense in going up there. I've been here for hours. He ain't here.
Let me go, will you?
Now, that's crazy. It's 14 floors.
As far as the elevator goes, we got to walk up to the tower.
That tramp was probably full of Christmas cheer and asleep in some flop house.
Let's go. I've got to decorate my tree.
Well, I give up. I don't know what gave us the idea that we'd attempt anything like this.
I guess you're right. I'm afraid the joke's on us. Let's go.
I hope nobody finds out we've been here. I wouldn't do that if I were you, John. It'll do you no good. The mayor has policemen downstairs with instructions to remove all marks of identification you may have on your person. You will be buried in Potter's Field, and you will have accomplished nothing.
I've taken care of that. I've already mailed a copy of this letter to Mr. Canal.
John, why don't you forget this foolishness?
Stop right where you are, Mr. Norton, if you don't want to go overboard with me. I'm glad you gentlemen are here. You killed the John Doe movement, all right. But you're going to see it born all over again. Now, take a good look, Mr. Norton.
John! John! Oh, John, no, I won't let you unlock your darling. Oh, please. Please don't give up. We'll start all over again. Just you and I. It isn't too late. The John Doe movement isn't dead yet. You see, John, it isn't dead or they wouldn't be here. It's alive in them. They kept it alive by being afraid of. That's why they came up here. Oh, darling. Sure, it should have been killed. It was dishonest. But we can start clean now. Just you and I. It'll grow, John, and it'll grow big because it'll be honest this time. Oh, John, if it's worth dying for, it's worth living for. Oh, please, John. Oh. Oh, please, please, God, help me. John, look at me. You want to be honest, don't you? Well, you don't have to die to keep the John Doe idea alive. Someone already died for that one. The first John Doe. And he's kept that idea alive for nearly 2,000 years. It was he who kept it alive in them. And he'll go on keeping it alive forever and always. For every John Doe movement, these men kill a new one will be born. That's why those bells are ringing, John. They're calling to us. Not to give up, but to keep on fighting, to keep on pitching. Oh, don't you see, darling? This is no time to give up. You and I, John, we... Oh, no. No, John. If you die, I want to die, too. Oh, I love you. Oh, John.
Mr. Doe, you don't have to. We're with you, Mr. Doe. We just lost our heads and acted like a mob.
What Bert's trying to say is that we need you, Mr. Doe. There were a lot of us that didn't believe what that man said. We were going to start up our John Doe Club again, whether we saw you or not. Weren't we, Bert? And there were a lot of others that were going to do the same thing. Well, Mr. Sourpuss even got a letter from his cousin in Toledo.
I got it right here, Mr. Doe.
Only it'd be a lot easier with you. Please. Please come with us, Mr. Doe.
Long John.
Mr. Doe. Here, we'll help you with it. She'll be all right.
Mr. Doe, take her right down to the car. Right up. Look, we got a car right down for
Lay on, Norton, the people. Try and lick that.
The chilling masterpiece from the pen of James M. Cain, Double Indemnity.
Me, Walter Neff, insurance agent. It all began last May. I was thinking about that dame upstairs and the way she had looked at me. And I wanted to see her again, close, without that silly staircase between us. How could I have known that murder can sometimes smell like honeysuckle?
I can't stand it anymore. What if they do hang me?
They're not going to hang you, baby.
It's better than going on this way.
They're not going to hang you. Because you're going to do it and I'm going to help you.
I'd like to move in on her right now, tonight. If it wasn't for Norton and his striped pants ideas about company policy, I'd have the cops after her so quick it'd make her head spin. Now, we know the Dietrichson dame is in it, and somebody else.
Only you haven't got a single thing to go on, Keys.
He'll show. He's got to show. Sometime, somewhere, they've got to meet.
The finest come from Paramount Pictures. Comedies, dramas, musicals, mysteries, entertainment for everyone. And best of all, these great films you've just seen on parade are coming to you in all their original brilliance on this station. We invite you to be our guest in the weeks to come. Remember, the best of Hollywood features are yours on this station.
Scared of thunder?
No. I like it.
That's good, because there's going to be more of it. I brought you food. For the kitten, too.
Did you steal it?
No, I bought it.
Oh.
And if we get caught, don't go making up any stories that I did. I'm in enough trouble as it is. You and your kid.
You want me to go back, Sam?
Shut up and eat.
They looking for me?
Your aunt's got every cop in Iverstown peeping through keyholes.
You won't let them find me.
You always come running to me.
Got nobody else to run to, Sam.
The circus is leaving town tonight. Their train will go right through here. When it does, you just follow me. You run with all your might, and when you grab on, grab tight.
Don't you worry about me, Sam.
Shh, be quiet.
There they are. All right, kids. Unless you got wings, you're caught.
All right, Martha, let's go.
Don't rough her, you chump. All right, miss. We'll take you on home to your aunt.
Mr. O'Neill to see you, ma'am.
Show him in.
Mrs. Ivers will see you now.
Good evening, Mrs. Ivers.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Ivers.
I have good news. Martha...
What about her?
Martha has been found.
I know.
Well, it was Walter who was really responsible for Martha being found. He told the police where she and that boy, Sam Masterson, usually go. Well, isn't that so, Walter?
Yes, Father.
The boy will be rewarded.
Well, he's a good boy. And he's bright. If I could afford it, I'd send him
to a school like Harvard.
I guess I've mentioned it before.
Many times.
Yes, madam.
Take the boy to the kitchen, Lynch. Give him some ice cream. You may give him a piece of cake, too. Go along.
Thank Mrs. Ivers, Walter.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivers.
You've lost your pupil, Mr. O'Neill. I'm sending her away. I know why you offered to tutor Martha. I know why you made Walter do his daily lessons with her. I know why you want him to live here. A scholarship for Walter, that's why. But I'm not a foundation, Mr. O'Neill. I don't care whether Walter drives a truck or goes to Harvard. Probably be a lot happier driving a truck.
You are expected, miss. Oh, just a minute, miss.
The name's Lon Dean. You'll tell Mrs. Ivers the name of the detective who caught her is Lon Dean.
I tell her. I'll take your furs, miss.
No.
You'd better, miss. You know how she feels about that cat. I'll bring it up to your room. Your aunt is waiting for you.
Come closer, Martha. Closer, Martha. Look at me. You don't seem very sorry.
I am. I'm sorry I was caught. No matter what you do, I won't cry.
This is the 4th time you've tried to run away. Each time you were brought back here. No matter how far you got, you were brought back here.
You don't own the whole world.
Enough of it to make sure that you'll always be brought back here. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Your aunt doesn't deserve such an attitude, Martha. There are not very many women who'd be as patient and as kind. And there aren't very many little girls who'd be as ungrateful.
When will you understand that I'm doing all this for you? That I'm trying to wash the dirt and grime off you, make an Ivers out of you again?
My name is Smith, the same as my father's was.
Your name is Ivers. I've had it changed legally.
I don't care what you've done.
Your name is Ivers, the same as your mother's was before she was stupid enough to marry that.
Shut up! Shut up!
How dare you?
Shut up!
You've still got his foul mouth.
I won't let you talk that way about my father.
Your father was a nobody, a mill hand. The best thing he ever did for you was to die.
Kill you! Kill you! I'll kill you!
Stop!
It's all right, Mr. O'Neill. Go up to your room and get into some dry clothes. After you've had dinner, I want to have a talk with you.
It's late. I'll go get my son. Good night.
Stay. I'm upset. I want someone to talk to.
Yes, Mrs. Ivers.
Lynch told me to sneak bundles to you. I thought you'd be hungry, so I sneaked the milk, too.
She hates cats. She hates everything I like.
A policeman came to my house this morning. He asked me if I had any idea of where you could have gone. My father said it was my duty to tell them.
Your father.
I didn't say a thing. No matter what my father told your aunt, I didn't say a thing.
I'm cold. I've got to change my clothes. I'll leave the door open so I can hear you.
My father says you're foolish. My father says that someday you'll have everything in the world. My father says that if we only had one little part of what you'll have, I could go to Harvard. You're what? I could go to Harvard. The lights! What happened to the lights? They went out. I think they went out all over the house.
There's a candle and matches on the table near the wall. Oh, you stand still. I'll do it.
Don't you think I'd better go up and see if Martha's all right?
Martha will be all right anywhere. Your play.
I'm afraid of the thunder and lightning. Draw the curtains. I'll go in to change.
Martha!
One peep out of you and I'll break your nose.
I won't say anything. Martha! Martha will tell you I won't say anything.
What is it? Sam! You see, Walter, I told you they'd never catch him. Sam, button me up.
I came to say goodbye. I thought it over, Martha. It's better for you here.
I won't stay here. I hate her.
All you gotta do is play smart with her.
I'm going with you.
Now you listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
It's late. I gotta go.
Let him go, Martha. If he's caught here, he'll be sent to reform school. Mrs. Ivers said so.
They gotta catch me first.
All right, Sam. If you won't take me, I'll go without you. I'll go off by myself.
Okay, then let's go.
I want to run up to the attic. I want to get a couple of things. Sam! Quick, Sam! Sam, bundles. She's going downstairs. Sam, my hand.
I'll get her.
Have you got it, Sam? Hurry, Sam, or that old witch will catch us.
We were upstairs. We heard a noise, and we came down. We saw a man, a big man. He was leaving. Out of that front door he left. See, it's open. And she was lying there. And this was lying there, too. I picked it up. Isn't that true, Walter? Isn't it?
Is it, Walter?
Yes, Father. It is.
Put it down. Put it exactly where you found it. Both of you better go upstairs. I'll phone the police.
You'll never get away with it, never.
Your father believes me.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
You keep your mouth shut.
But Sam, what about Sam? He was in the house, he saw it.
Sam will never tell.
Yes, he will, he's scared. That's why he ran away after it happened.
Sam will never tell.
Sam's scared. He ran away, I didn't, I stayed.
No, he won't. Not Sam, not Sam.
I want to talk to you both. Sit down. Now, when the police come, you will tell them exactly what you told me. Do you understand, Martha?
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
And you too, Walter?
Yes, Father.
You poor child. You'll be all alone in the world now, except for Walter and myself. But you needn't be afraid. We'll always be with you, Walter and I. We'll never leave you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
At the fairgrounds last week. In the handicap, Chestnut King looks like an odds-on favorite.
That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Chestnut King's a dog. He was losing races to cow ponies years ago in Tijuana.
Well, what do you know? What do you know about that? How do you like that, sailor? Leave a place when you're a kid, maybe 17, 18 years ago, and you forget all about it, and all of a sudden you're driving along and smacko, your own hometown up and hits you right in the face. End of the line, sailor. Come on, wake up.
Where are we?
In a small accident.
What happened?
The road curved, but I didn't. Come on, I've got to put into Iverstown for repairs.
Next time, I pick me a guy that don't fall asleep.
Welcome to Iverstown. Well, maybe this time they mean it. We got anybody here to fix this wreck, mister?
Roll her in.
10 more, you don't make it. Bet. 5 more, you don't.
Bet. Not you.
Shoot.
10 more, you don't make it.
How long will it take, Pop?
Can't tell till we look her over. Come back tomorrow.
Open game?
Nope.
5 more, you don't.
Bet.
4. Right back, little Joe.
20 to 10, no 4.
You got a bet. Come on, Harry, make 4.
7. You shoot, Joe.
Thanks. Shooting 20. Got it. 10 more, you don't make it.
Then I do. How much will it cost, Pop?
Won't know till it's done.
Hey, now look, I want to know now.
Take it someplace else.
Welcome to Iverstown.
We interrupt this program of dinner music to bring you a special broadcast in the interest of the re-election of District Attorney Walter P. O'Neill.
Hey, no, leave that on, will you, Pop?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep regret that we are forced to announce that Mr. O'Neill will not be able to address this citizens' forum tonight. Mr. O'Neill was suddenly taken ill, but we are fortunate to have the best-loved civic figure of Iverstown, the gracious Mrs. O'Neill, here in the studio tonight to speak for him.
Citizens of Iverstown, the issues in this election are simple.
That's enough of that malarkey.
Say, this, Walter P. O'Neill, isn't that the kid that used to live on Sycamore Street? His father used to be a school teacher.
Yeah, that's him. You know him?
Yeah, I used to. Little scared kid on Sycamore Street. Now he's running for the district attorney. What's the odds?
On what?
The election.
No odds, no takers. This is a sure bet, mister. Going to be reelected. Going to be governor. And I'm making book right now that someday he'll run for president. Yep. Going to be whatever his wife wants him to be.
Some gal. Who'd he marry?
You from this town?
Used to be.
You ought to know her then. Old Lady Ivers' niece.
Martha Ivers?
Yep. Came into the whole works after the old lady died.
Well, what do you know? What do you know about that? Martha Ivers. I don't know. You still look like a scared little kid to me. Hello, Gallagher.
Hey, wait a minute. Do I know you?
Sure. I'm the guy who tossed a rock through that window once. And you're the guy who chased me.
If I chased you, I'd bet I caught you.
Come to think of it, I believe you did. You live here?
Used to.
Who runs this place?
Lady, the name of Mrs. Burke. She's not home.
You waiting for her?
Just came back to get my things. I've been away for a while. I'm waiting for a taxi.
I used to live here, in this house, 17, 18 years ago. I was born here.
Don't kid me, you're older than that.
Well, I didn't move right after I was born.
Got one to spare? Got some more matches?
I can have these.
Got the time?
Yeah, it's 11:15.
Now, ain't that just dandy? And I've got an 11:30 bus to catch.
You can still make it.
If the taxi doesn't show up fast.
Know anybody who lives around here the name of Masterson?
No.
Know anybody in town at all by that name?
No, I'm from Ridgeville. Is your name Masterson?
Yeah.
You mean you're just getting home after 18 years?
Well, 17 or 18.
You're just getting around to looking up your people.
No, not exactly. I just happened to be driving through on my way west and got more or less curious, that's all. Oh, good luck.
What you gonna do?
What do you mean?
I mean about your people.
Well, I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe tomorrow I'll go down to the courthouse and look up the deaths in the last 18 years.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I think so. Good night.
Bus terminal. Please hurry. I've got an 11:30 bus to catch. Masterson. I thought it was you, Mr. Masterson.
Well, I'm glad to see you again. I gave you my last match.
Want to lift any place on the way to the bus station?
You talked me into it. You got my matches. Got a name?
Tony. Antonia. Antonia Marichek. Ain't that a dilly, Mr. Masterson?
Sam.
Please hurry.
The depot's just across the tracks. You still got 4 minutes. You'd have made it if you didn't stop to pick up your chant.
Might be able to chase it.
I can get a bus back to Ridgeville tomorrow. Maybe I won't get a bus back to Ridgeville. Maybe I'll go someplace else. Maybe in another direction. Chicago or further west, maybe. Have you ever been out west before?
No.
I've never. And maybe I will. What's it like?
Big. Do you want to go back?
I can't go back there. I'll have to go someplace else. Do you drink, Sam?
Yes, I drank.
I'll buy you one.
Okay.
Too bad. You want me to check your bag in the station here?
I don't know. I guess I want it at a hotel.
You want me to take you there?
Do you happen to be at the Gable Hotel?
Yeah?
Can I go there?
It's a public place. Yeah. Tell the clerk that Sam Masterson wants a room for a young lady. She'll register when she gets there.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Keep it. Class C. Blue lights, music, everything.
A cafe.
When I lived in this town, there were nothing but saloons. My father used to live in them.
Mine, too.
We're related.
I'll have the same thing you had, if you don't mind.
Scotch. I take a plain water chaser with that when the scotch isn't so good. 2 water chasers.
Did you drive far?
About 600 miles since this morning.
You aren't driving anything tonight.
Oh, my Stanley steamer's in the garage having her face lifted. Better bring us a couple more before curfew.
Oh, swell.
That'll be $2. On me.
Oh, thanks. Maybe you'd like to drink to finding your people.
Oh, my mother wouldn't approve of that.
How would you know after all this time?
After all this time, you probably wouldn't care, one way or the other.
You talk awful cold-blooded about them, don't you?
That's life.
Is it a big family?
No, it wasn't. Besides me, they're just the usual 2 people necessary to increase the population. Mother left when I was a baby, and my father probably drank himself to death by now.
Another man I know talks cold like that's my dad. He's the most cold-blooded man in Ridgeville. Once he kicked me, it made me sick.
I can guess why you didn't break your neck to catch that bus back to Ridgeville tonight.
I probably would have got on and got off before it started out. Probably would have got the jitters the minute I got on. Anyway, it's gone now for tonight anyhow. There won't be another one until tomorrow night. And now I know for sure I'm not going to make that one either. Not the one to Ridgeville, at least. But I'm so glad you came to have a drink with me tonight. I was so lonesome, I'd like to have died. Have you ever been that lonesome?
How lonesome is that?
About as much as you can hold without busting open. Want to know how I got that way?
Curfew. Shall we go home?
The reason I picked the hotel, your hotel, is really very...
You read the hotel advertising on that when you had it.
You're smart. Maybe you think I've been trying too hard to get acquainted.
Maybe you have.
Maybe you think that's wrong.
Maybe it's too soon to tell.
I wonder what you're thinking.
I don't think you'll take up too much room in my Stanley steamer.
Maybe you're all right.
You think you can hold that thought all the way to the coast? Keep on. We better wait here for a minute. Hey, I want to ask you something. Does that guy look like a scared little boy to you?
He looks like he's going to cry any minute. Let's get away from here.
Is Mr. O'Neill in?
No, madam. Not to my knowledge.
Walter.
Hello. No words? Have a cigarette. My lady's lips.
I'll ring for some coffee for you.
No, thank you. I'll have another drink.
Walter.
If there's to be a discussion, I'll need another drink. Otherwise, I shall neither hear nor be coherent when and if I reply to whatever it is you're about to say.
Did you forget that you were supposed to speak tonight?
I didn't forget. It's nice. Your room, I mean. It's been a long time since I've been here.
Where were you?
Getting drunk.
Where?
I'm still the people's choice. I did not make a public display of myself anywhere.
You realize, of course, that you will one day, inevitably.
Inevitably.
It's your career, not mine.
What's mine is yours.
Don't you think I'm entitled to an explanation?
What do you want me to say?
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'd prefer that you would.
All right. When did you get drunk? Where did you get drunk? Why did you get drunk?
Don't stand over me like that. I'm a sentimental man, Martha. I started to get dressed, and then I realized it was the 4th anniversary of my father's death. I thought it'd be nice if I went to the cemetery and laid a wreath of flowers on his grave. However, I never got there. Sentiment overwhelmed me. I stopped off to have a drink to his sainted memory. As I drank, I thought to myself, it's such a pity that my father isn't alive. To be able to see for himself all his dreams come true. The dreams he worked so hard for. His son, a famous man, married to a beautiful and wealthy woman.
All right. Now tell me why you got drunk.
Because I couldn't get up and speak before people.
Walter, listen to me. What's done is done.
The deed's done, not the thought.
You've got a life to live.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
A brilliant career.
My father always said that.
Your father was right.
He was never right about anything. From the day he walked in and found your aunt on the floor.
I told you I never want that mentioned.
The day he sat beside you in the courtroom. As I, the public prosecutor, demanded that the state take the life of a man for the brutal murder of Mrs. Iverson. My father said nothing. I looked at him, but he said nothing.
Your father was a realistic man.
My father, may he rest in peace, was a greedy man.
The man they executed was a criminal. If he hadn't hanged for that, he would have hanged for something else.
A man was a man, and justice is justice. That's the way it is. I can't get up and speak before people. The words stick in my throat. I'd rather get drunk. I do get drunk. I did get drunk.
Walter, dear, listen to me. If you carry a thing in your mind that makes you sick, I want you well. Tomorrow...
It'll be like today.
You will leave on a trip for your health for a few weeks.
Will you go with me?
No. I'll stay here.
And I'll stay here, too.
What do you want to do? Give everything up? Is that what you want to do?
You wouldn't let me do that, would you, Martha?
Do you want to?
I don't know, Martha. I ask myself that question all the time. If my father were alive, I could ask him. Only I know what his answer would be. He'd say to me, keep what you have and make her live up to it. Make her live up to her bargain. That's what he'd say.
I am living up to it, Walter.
Another drink left. Might as well have it. The bottle's empty now. Good night, Martha. Tell me, Martha, what shall I do about my love for you? Tell me, Martha, why I don't abandon all this. Why I don't just throw it back in your face.
You tell me, Walter.
This is it. Not good, not bad.
With bad?
With bath and come out, wherever you are.
With bath, eh? There's half as many baths as there is rooms. Half the rooms has baths and half hasn't. That's one way of looking at it. Another is, for each 2 rooms, one has a bath in the middle and the other hasn't. Or, you might say, there's a half a bath to each of 2 rooms.
How is that again now?
There's half as many baths as there is rooms, and if the 2...
Sorry.
I've already sent the boy with those bags up to your room, Mr. Masterson.
Oh, well, they belong to Miss Marichek here. They came in my name because she wasn't registered yet.
I missed my bus to Ridgeville.
Oh, that's too bad. The boy went off at 12. You'll have to manage yourselves. I can't leave the board.
Thanks.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
Good night, Cupid. 25. Your room number's 25. I'm 23. Makes us neighbors. Why did you buy a ticket to Ridgeville if you didn't want to go back home?
I didn't. I didn't buy the ticket. I got it, but I didn't buy it.
You all right?
I'm a little cold, maybe.
Better get out of those wet clothes. I've started your bath for you. Hurry up now, I'm next.
Thanks.
Okay?
I'll loan you a book for a couple of cigarettes. If you don't mind what kind of a book it is. That pine soap makes you tingle all over.
There's something very personal about soap. It's almost as personal as a toothbrush.
I won't use your toothbrush.
Where's your book now?
You don't care what kind of a book it is?
The suspense is killing me.
It isn't my book. Somebody here before forgot and left it. I warned you.
There's one in every room of the hotel. There's one in practically every room of every hotel in the world. It tells all about it there in the first page or so.
Well, what do you know?
No, don't get up. I want to look at you a minute. That's really a picture.
Throw me a match. So you're leaving tomorrow?
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow. That is, if the car's fixed.
Sure you won't mind me being a passenger?
Glad of the company.
Are you gonna stay in the West?
Maybe, maybe not. You might get lonesome again.
I've been lonesome before. I was so lonesome tonight I'd like to have died.
I know, you mentioned that.
But I tried to tell you why.
Look, I'm gonna take a shower.
I just got out of jail. I just got out tonight.
Like I said, we leave tomorrow. I think you like that.
up, Sonny. Try that door.
You don't have to show me who you are. I can tell by the smell.
My nose isn't that big. I want to see. The chief sent us up here to ask you a couple of questions.
Sergeant Masterson. Suspense is killing me. What do you want to know?
You've been around. Look at that. Africa, Anzio, and Normandy.
Why don't you wear that button in your coat?
The same reason you don't wear your badge. I like it incognito. Now, what else do you want to know?
What we wanted to know, this layout told us. There ain't nothing you can add to it.
She didn't get in an accident, did she?
She's in the can for a nice long stretch.
What's the charge?
Violation of probation.
Probation for what?
Theft. Terms of her probation when she was released yesterday was that she returned to her home in Ridgeville. An hour ago, we picked her up at the depot and she tried to cash the ticket.
Well, maybe she wanted to go by train. Maybe she wanted to walk. There's no law that says
That's not the reason she gave, wise guy.
No?
No. The reason she gave was that she'd got a job. Said you were her employer.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing if you can prove it. But take a tip from me, Bud, don't try it. Jake and me don't like to waste our time testifying in court. But we will. So long. Exhibit 8, Bud, in case you get stubborn.
Hey, now, wait a minute, copper. All right, leave her things alone.
You want to come along, soldier?
Scared boy. You're just about to do your old pal a great big favor. How do you like the way the election's going this beautiful morning?
The election's going good every morning.
Look, honey, Miss,
St. John.
St. John.
Bobby.
Better still.
What can I do for you?
In?
In, but not yet ready to face the world. Won't you sit down?
Look, honey, I'm in kind of a hurry. Would you take a note in for me?
When he buzzes. Here.
I'll take calls now.
Come in. There's a gentleman to see you. He says it's very important.
Tell him I don't want to. Wait a minute. Never mind, I'll tell him myself. Sammy Masterson.
Well, little Walter O'Neill.
We were kids together, Miss St. John. I wouldn't have known you, Sam.
Well, I wouldn't have known you either, Walter, only I saw your picture.
My picture? Oh, yes, yes, of course. I don't want to be disturbed unless it's very important.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
How long has it been?
Oh, 17, 18 years, something like that.
That long?
We were just kids, you remember? The three of us?
Yeah. The three of us.
Thanks. What's she like, Walter?
Beautiful. I married her.
I know. You've done all right.
I guess so. And you, what have you done?
Oh, knocked around, seen a lot, I guess. You know, had some fun, maybe.
What have you done mostly?
Lately or mostly?
Mostly.
Gambled.
You mean gamble?
Sure. That's my business.
Perhaps this is where I should remark that all life is a gamble.
You don't need to bother, I know it. Some win, some don't.
You needn't have made that point. I'm sorry, Sam. This has been a stuffy conversation. Oh, would you like a drink?
Isn't it a little early in the morning? I haven't even stopped for breakfast yet.
The occasion.
You talked me into it. Fine.
Nice of you to look me up, Sam.
Well, I wouldn't have bothered you, Walter, only, I met a girl, and you can help.
You don't look like you need help with any girl.
Now, this trip out I do. This kid's in jail.
What's the charge?
Violation of probation. Name is Tony Marichek.
That's not easy to square, Sam.
Oh, you can do it. And you will. For old time's sake.
For old time's sake.
Thanks.
Excuse me.
Mrs. O'Neill is here to see you.
Please have her wait. She usually drops in on her way downtown.
Oh, I'd like to see her.
Have Mrs. O'Neill come in.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. I'll wait.
Hello.
Hello.
The name is Masterson. Sam Masterson.
I'm sorry. Sammy Masterson. Oh! Hello!
Well, I'll do that again. Hello!
You should have called me.
It just came in.
Well, you've grown to be a big boy, Sam.
Well, I always was big for my age, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
Anything else you remember?
Oh, well, there are lots of things.
I never figured that a skinny little mutt would grow up so beautiful.
I thank you for my wife.
That sounds funny.
What does?
Well, you're saying my wife. Does it? Oh, now don't get so, Walter. I mean, well, I've always thought of Martha's... Well, you know how it is. You keep something in your mind since the time you're a kid.
How long are you staying, Sam?
Well, that all depends on our district attorney.
Oh?
Yeah, I may have to pull out in a couple of hours.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's the way things are, you know.
I don't want to be disturbed.
Well, that's all right, Walter. You're a busy man, so I'll blow. And, thanks. Thanks for everything. So long, Martha. Aren't you glad now you missed that circus train?
I don't know.
Where can I reach you, Sam?
Oh, the Gable Hotel. And you will do that for me, won't you, Walter?
I'll try my best.
You do that. And here's hoping you win that election.
Thanks. I will.
What, sure thing?
Ask Martha.
Sure. Sure thing.
What odds you give it?
A sure thing is never a gamble.
No? What odds will you give that that's a fact?
Breezy character, Sam.
Thank you.
Very sure of himself.
He always was.
This is the first time I've ever seen you off balance.
I wasn't aware of it.
I was.
It came as a shock.
Yes, it did. To me, too. Sam will never tell. I'll never forget you saying that.
What makes you think he will?
What makes you think he won't?
How long has he been here?
He came in last night.
Did he tell you much about himself, where he's been, what he's been doing?
I thought you'd ask what he wanted.
What does he want?
He's playing it smart.
Sam was always a smart boy.
All he wanted was for me to get his girl out of jail.
His girl?
That's what he said he wanted.
What do you think he wants?
What he can get. He's a gambler, a sharpshooter, an angle boy. They come through my office by the hundreds. Couldn't you see blackmail in his eyes?
I haven't your experience with criminals.
You will. When Sammy starts to shake you down.
Release the girl. Maybe he'll just pick her up and leave.
Leave? Do you think he'll leave a touch worth millions?
There's only one way you'll find out. Release the girl. Goodbye, Miss St. John.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
I want a routine check on a Samuel Masterson, non-resident, registered Gable Hotel. Miss St. John, close the door. I want a routine check of all garages. One of them has his car. Stay here, please. I want to check up on all local banks. Get that private detective McCarthy and tell him to come right over. Thought I might improve my mind while I waited.
Boswell's Life of John? Surely you didn't expect to wait that long.
I was just going to look at the pictures. I found your message when I got back to the hotel.
I asked you to phone.
I figured you wouldn't mind if I came in person.
I figured you would.
Why?
You impressed me this morning as a man who would bet on anything.
Almost anything, depending on the odds.
I'll bet you'd like to hear the story of my life.
What do you bet?
My story against yours.
You got a bet.
Well, let's see. You left here September 27th, 1928. We'll start from there.
The exact date? How come that's so clear in your mind?
Why shouldn't it be?
You know, I used to think this was the swellest spot in the world. But you really made it just that.
It used to be so dark and ugly when she... I hate it. Come on, I'll show you what I've done with the rest of the house.
Okay, fine. I haven't been on a rubberneck tour in years.
Soon after my aunt died, the executors of the estate wanted to close the house and send me to school. But Mr. O'Neill...
Mister? You're kind of formal about your husband, aren't you?
Oh, no, I was speaking about his father. Mr. O'Neill was my tutor. You remember him.
Oh, yeah.
After my aunt died, he and Walter lived here.
That was cozy.
This is Walter's room.
Rich. Very rich. Well, you lived here all the time then, huh?
Except for the few years I went to college. Mr. O'Neill, Walter's father. Walter's father thought it would be good for me to get away for a while.
Mr. O'Neill, Walter's father, he sort of took care of everything, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he took care of everything.
You didn't like that?
Let's talk about something else.
What do you want to talk about?
Pick a subject. This is the dining room.
Isn't it kind of crowded? All right. I pick Walter as my subject. When did you marry him?
When or why?
I ask when.
When I finished school.
All right. Now, why did you marry him?
Pick another subject.
It's your turn.
You.
An open book. I went out of this town with the circus, the one you were supposed to go with. Made friends with the animals and lived happily ever after. Almost.
Almost?
Yeah. I got ambitious, and that tore it, but good. I got so I wasn't satisfied just being friendly with the animals. I got so I wanted to own the animals. So I bought some animals. Well, my lion got the mange and gave it to the monkeys. The animals became a responsibility and a liability. I lost all my hard-earned cash and ran like a thief out of there with a great yen to become friendly with people. Now, on that, I had some success, me being a gambler and people being what they are. Well, that brings us up to my 21st year, when I became a man, officially.
How did it feel to become a man officially?
I felt I'd been there before. How did you feel about becoming a woman officially?
I felt I'd been there, too.
Well, this is the room that you...
Do you remember, Sam?
Do I?
It's the only room I didn't change.
It seems that only yesterday I came through that window. We were going to run away together that night.
You do remember.
Yeah. And it was Walter who let me in.
I come here often, Sam.
Little girls grow up. They never get through playing with dolls.
There was a storm that night, thunder and lightning. I was afraid of the thunder.
Why, in the freight car that night you told me you weren't.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted to be like you, never afraid of anything. You remember that too, don't you, Sam?
Things come back to you.
Don't say it like that, Sam. Not to make me feel good, but because it's true.
All right, it's true. We were just a couple of kids.
We're not kids now.
No, Martha, we're not kids. No time for dreams.
Only one dream, Sam. And it came true. You're here.
So is Walter.
About Walter and myself.
Don't tell me.
I want you to understand.
I understand, Martha. I understood when I saw both of you together in the office. I watched the way he looked at you. I never saw a guy so nuts about anybody in my life.
Sam, if you stay in Iverstown...
Well, I'm not staying in Iverstown.
All right, Sam, what do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, why did you come back here?
Oh, the road curved, but I didn't.
Answer me.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You sound like I have to. As a matter of fact, you sounded just like your aunt used to.
Don't say that to me. Don't ever...
Look, baby, I won't be around long enough to repeat it. As soon as a certain young lady's out of your husband's clink and my car's out of Dempsey's alleged garage, I'm headed west.
I think you really mean that.
Any objections?
No. No objections. I should have known if I remembered.
You should have known what?
You. That you'd be like this. I'm sorry. Sorry that you ever left here. Sam, for old time's sake.
Yeah. Sure, for old time's sake. Bye, Martha.
Dempsey's garage. Oh, yes, Mrs. O'Neill.
Mrs. Walter O'Neill?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it was a rush job anyway, and I'm rushed enough as it is. Don't mention it. Glad to be of service, Mrs. O'Neill. You can add this to your report. Miss O'Neill don't like this guy to go. Not yet.
All right, Dempsey, thanks. Drink?
Thanks. There's not much to report on him locally. Out-of-town reports are still coming in. You'll have a complete file on him in a couple of hours.
What's he look like so far?
He's a big-shot gambler. Broke many times, but always turns up with a new bankroll. The police in every state have tried to find the source of his money, but no dice. Many arrests, no convictions. Beat a murder rap in Frisco. Self-defense. Has a war record few can equal.
The car in Dempsey's garage.
The ownership certificate says he owns it.
What's wrong with it?
Smashed radiator.
How long will it take to fix it? Well? Who did Dempsey get this call from? Didn't you check that?
Yes, I checked it.
And who was it?
Mrs. O'Neill.
That's all.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill?
Get me to the county jail. I want the superintendent of the women's division. Yes?
I have the county jail for you, Mr. O'Neill. Deputy Elizabeth Baker is on.
Hello. That girl, the one I called you about before. Yes. Bring her out here at 8. I want to talk to her.
Hey, you got the time, Bud?
Yeah, it's 5 after 8.
Thanks. I'm expecting my friend out in a few minutes. Say, I ain't seen your face around here before.
No, I'm a stranger here.
Oh. Then you ain't waiting for anybody, huh? Oh.
She's a stranger, too.
Oh.
No, she's due out a couple of hours ago.
You're in a lot of trouble, Miss Marichek. The law is very specific on violation of probation.
It's specific about everything.
You're serving a 5-year sentence.
So I was told once before.
You lied when you were picked up. You told the police you were employed by Sam Masterson.
You think they would have believed me if I'd told the
Did
truth?
you cook up that story between you?
He had nothing to do with it.
You're very fond of him, aren't you? You wouldn't want anything to happen to him. Does he feel the same about you? You wouldn't want to serve out that 5-year sentence, would you?
What are you getting at?
Remember, 5 years. And this time you'll have to serve every day of it. You don't have to.
All right, get down to it. What do I have to do?
Tony! Tony! Tony!
Hello, sir.
O'Neill phoned me, told me you'd be out at 6.
O'Neill?
Yeah, sure, the district attorney's an old friend of mine. I asked him to do me a favor, and here you are. You're late, but free.
There was a mix-up. They lost some papers.
Oh, well, I got worried about you. What's the matter, kid? Tony! Look at me.
I'd like a drink.
Oh, you're a cinch. You'll buy a dozen. Hey, taxi! I'm gonna toss you a real coming-out party. Hey, taxi! Thanks. Spaghetti. That looks wonderful.
I think you'll like it.
Go ahead, eat.
Guess I'm not hungry. My stomach's in a knot.
Here, this ought to help.
I'd have died if I had to stay on in jail.
Forget it now. You're out.
If you'd ever been in, you'd know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
A couple of times last night I tried to tell you why I did time. You wouldn't listen.
I don't want to now.
Oh, now you've got to. Please.
All right, if it make you feel any better.
I want to be sure you understand. 1 to 5 they gave me. 1 to 5 years, that is.
It's a long joke.
It's forever. I did 3 months before I came to trial.
It can happen to the best of people.
I'm not the best of people. I'm just Tony Marichek. Where'd you get the fur coat, Tony? The judge asked me. I met a guy, I told him. He said he was in love with me. He gave me the coat. A likely story, he said. I said, but it's true, every word of it. I tried to pawn it because I needed the money. Where's the man he has? I don't know, I said. He took a powder, he flew to the moon. You don't fly, Tony, the judge says. The charge is theft. You do 1 to 5.
Well, how come they gave you probation?
First offense. You know what probation is.
Oh, sure. Knife sticking in your back. Still looking out for the cops? Relax now, you're free.
I don't feel so good.
You want me to take you back to the hotel?
Oh, no, please. Let me sit here a while.
Get your coat on. What's the gag? Get your coat.
All right, Joe.
What's the gag? I was up to your hotel. Nice layout you got there. Double rooms, connecting doors, and tall glasses. What did this guy tell you he'd give you when he picked you up?
All right, Joe, there don't have to be any trouble. Forget it.
She's my wife.
Well, brother, you can have her. In spades. Now beat it. You too.
I just want to make sure.
Joe, there don't have to be no trouble.
No, there don't have to be no trouble.
There's got to be. Certain wise guys have to be taught a lesson. Certain wise guys have
Where
to be...
do you want it, here or outside?
Outside'll do me fine. There's an alley through the kitchen door.
Sam.
Shut up.
Stay here. Okay, sister? You did a swell job. Now blow.
Yes, sir.
What happened to you?
Not a thing. Just made up for Halloween. But you catch the next one. Cut that. Crime's not gonna get you anywhere.
I'll stop.
I ought to beat it out of you.
I think maybe I got it coming.
Why? Why?
Last night in that restaurant, I kept trying to tell
Come
you.
on, get down to it.
Before they let me out, they took me to the DA's office.
O'Neill? His name's Walter O'Neill.
Yeah, that's right. That's his name.
All right, they took you to his office.
He asked me a lot of questions, mostly about you.
Not me.
About you and me.
Huh?
He kept asking me if I knew why you came here. He asked me that a couple of times.
What else?
Oh, a lot of questions I forget.
Remember.
My head's mixed up.
Well, the goons, the ones who worked me over.
They just wanted to scare you. O'Neill doesn't want you in town. They said if I didn't play with them, I'd go back to jail.
Who said that, O'Neill?
No, the other man. Mr. O'Neill wasn't there by then.
Cute kid.
They said they wouldn't hurt you.
Much.
No more parole, they said, if I went for it. I'd do the whole 5 they said if I didn't. I went for it. Go ahead and hit me, Sam. I've got it coming.
One thing you got coming, kid, is a break. I'm going back to town.
They don't want you here, Sam. I don't know what it is, but they don't want you here.
Whether they like it or not, they got
Next
me.
time it'll be worse.
Look, I don't like to get pushed around. I don't like people I like to be pushed around. I don't like anybody to get pushed around.
Kid, I'll tell you what you do. You grab the next bus out and I'll meet you wherever you say.
I'll go back with you.
Good. I wanted you to say that.
Just a moment, sir.
Take me to Mr. O'Neill and you won't get hurt.
Yes, Mr. Masterson. I hardly recognize you, sir.
Tell your man to ask Martha to come down here.
Tell Mrs. O'Neill that, John.
I thought we ought to have a little talk. We'll kick off first, your team or mine.
You look terrible, Sam. Have a drink.
Thanks.
Report on Sam Masterson.
Here, take this. I'm 2 up on you.
Thanks.
You're out of shape, Walter. For a minute there, I thought you were dead.
I was. I wasn't going to shoot.
I wasn't going to wait and see. Come on. I took a gander at this while you were out. I could have given you a much more detailed picture on Sam Masterson. I didn't know you cared.
You know it now.
Now I'll let Martha give it to you.
Give him what, Sam?
The facts concerning a guy called Sam Masterson and his attitudes towards life and love. Walter's got their own ideas.
Sam, you're hurt.
You ought to see the other guy.
What happened?
This. It fell out of a guy's pocket and hit me in the face. Private dicks. What's the trouble, Walter? Don't you trust your own cops?
You're right, Sam. I hired the men who worked you over. The idea was mine. I thought it might scare you into not coming back. It hasn't. We're ready to listen to the current quotation on blackmail.
Walter.
Blackmail?
I said blackmail. Now, what is the price? Remember, you're dealing with 2 old friends.
Well, which one of you do I deal with?
With me. Be at my office at the plant at 3.
Okay. May the deal be profitable to all of us.
Whatever the price is, that's it, Sam. Don't try this again. What happened last night can happen again. And worse.
Don't try it, sweetheart. I make this a flat statement. I'll kill you.
Hold your hand under the water. Now dry your hand. This will hurt.
Even in pain at your hands.
You were lucky.
Yes, I'm a very lucky man.
And a stupid one. Yesterday afternoon, he told me he didn't want anything, that he was going away. He'd let me handle
I didn't like what you had in mind. It's quite a thing in a small city like this to be a district attorney. You get to feel like God. You know everything, down to the smallest detail. Even a call to Dempsey's garage. Sam's leaving Iverston today.
That's what he said.
I want to hear you say it.
It's up to him.
No, it's up to you. I know you, Martha. You are my life's work. I've studied you all these years. A little girl in a cage waiting for someone to let her out. And along comes Sam. Do you know what's on my mind, Martha? About Sam, I mean.
I think I do. And that's where it will stay on your mind. Unless, of course, I tell you differently.
What did O'Neill say? Do you think he'll make trouble?
No, I had him figured out right. He's still just a scared little kid. Coffee, please, Black. No, Martha's the one I can't dope out.
Martha?
Mrs. O'Neill. The three of us grew up together. I told you about it, remember? Thanks.
What's she like now?
What do you mean?
Is she pretty?
She's beautiful. That's why I can't figure it out. Why should a beautiful rich girl stay married to a guy she's not in love with?
How do you know that?
I know.
You sound like you're in love with her.
You sound like you're jealous.
Could be. When are we leaving?
This evening, if the car's ready.
Well, what do we do until then? I know. Why don't we find out what happened to your people?
Yeah. Oh, it'll be simple. Now I know I left town September 27th, 1928.
The exact date. How come you remember it?
Wouldn't you remember a date, the exact date about something that happened that long ago?
No, not unless something terrific happened that day.
Yeah. Come on, let's finish your coffee. We'll go down to the newspaper morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, I think I can find out about my people down there. Afterwards, take you shopping.
That was a strange case. Went unsolved for years. Then one day, they picked up a guy who stuck up a garage or something. Someone who used to work at old lady Ivor's house. Came out at the trial that he was the one that knocked the old lady off. It's my favorite case. There's a picture of the guy.
Doesn't look like very much, does it?
Yeah, kind of a scared little rabbit. I watched him all through the trial. Never had a chance. O'Neill really did a job on him.
Is that Walter O'Neill?
Yep, same guy. It was kind of dramatic, though. Him being engaged to the niece of the murdered woman. He sure did a job. Jury was unanimous.
Well, what happened to him?
Oh, they hung him. Interesting, eh? Solving a murder after all those years. It's all in the files there. Go ahead and read it.
Oh, thanks, I will.
Yes?
Mr. Masterson, by appointment.
Send him in, please.
3 o'clock on the nose.
On the nose. Come in, Sam.
You should have kept me waiting. Big executives always keep people waiting. Didn't you know that?
Good executives don't.
I bet you're good.
I am. It catches it, doesn't it? The feeling of a factory.
When your aunt owned this place, I couldn't get past the gate. Now I'm a guest. Or am I?
I invited you here.
Martha, did your aunt leave you everything?
I was her only heir.
I'll never forget the way she looked that night, standing in the doorway, leaning on her cane.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
You look different than you did this morning. Clean and fresh.
Yeah, well, it's the perfume I use that makes me smell so nice. I bet I smell as nice as you and Walter put together.
What do you want?
I think I've got what I want. I think I've got a gimmick. A gimmick is an angle that works for you to keep you from working too hard for yourself. Simple.
Specifically, what is your angle?
Specifically.
Half of what?
You tell me.
All right, Sam. Come here. My father used to work here as a mill hand.
So did my father, when he was sober.
Now I own it.
Now you're even.
Now I'm even. I was 21 when I took it over. It had 3,000 workers then. It's got 30,000 now. Ran as far as that gate. Now it goes down to the edge of the river. And I did it all by myself. Without Walter, without his father. All by myself.
Half of this should make quite a score.
Half would make you my partner.
That's what I had in mind.
You went out of here a dirty little kid once before. That can happen again. I don't have to give you anything if I don't want to.
But you do want to.
Hey, Tony! Come in here, quick!
Yes, Sam?
Make a wish.
I went shopping.
Any wish, you make it, you got it.
You feel good.
Yeah, I'm high. I had a drink.
What was in it?
A bucket of gold. The dice came up 7. Tony, you bring me luck. I'm gonna wear you like a charm.
You really think so, Sam? You really think I bring you luck?
I know so. And that's an asset for a guy in my business.
Tony Marichek asset.
Tony Marichek, good kid. You stick around, Tony Marichek.
Now I've got all the luck. I'm funny that way. I say what's on my mind.
You walk down the street and a girl asks you for a cigarette.
And imagine the time. Life is funny.
That's philosophy.
It's good, too. You want to know how it is with me, Sam?
No, tell me.
I've told you. And even if it's over, quick.
Look, what you don't know, don't talk about.
I bought a new outfit. I want to show you.
Well, let's take a look at it.
$8.95. How do you like it?
With you in it?
Hello, Sam.
Tony.
Yes, Sam?
I heard you talking.
Well, even a crummy hotel like this has a switchboard.
I have special privileges in this hotel, Sam. I own it.
It's Miss O'Neill, Tony.
Hello. So this is the girl.
Tony's my name. Antonia Marichek.
The sunsuit looks very well on her, Sam. She's got just the figure for it. She's a very pretty girl.
I give another show at 8 o'clock.
In your room or here?
Tony.
Yes, Sam.
Miss O'Neill is sorry she said that.
I'm sorry I said that.
Okay, forget it.
Tony.
Yes, Sam.
I'm going out with Miss O'Neill on business. That's why you came here, isn't it?
Yes.
I'll be back after a little while.
I got no place to go. I'll be here.
I didn't like that.
I apologize.
Well, there was ice on your tongue.
If you want me to say anything else to her.
You spoke your piece. Let's get out of here.
I've never been in a hotel room like this before.
I've been in too many.
Just the way you read about it in books. Window shade, scotch on the dresser. Let's stay here, Sam.
No.
Why not? We can order our dinner here.
I don't like room service.
All right, Sam.
Come on, let's go.
What's your Tony Marichek really like?
That's what she asked me about you.
What are your plans for her?
Oh, she's very independent.
Hardly. How did you meet her?
We lived in the same house.
In Iverstown?
Yeah.
When?
Now and then. Well, let's go back to our drinks, huh?
continue with your Antonia Marichek. Have you other things in common?
Taxi cabs, hotels, and Bibles. And we don't like some of the same people and places.
All sounds like a very substantial beginning. How long have you known her, really?
Since day before yesterday.
How long have you known me?
Martha, I'm not sure that I've ever known you. What do you say? Let's get down to business.
Let's get out of here.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Check, please.
Yes, sir.
Whiskey and soda.
Thank you, sir.
Wait outside.
Sam, what is it?
Wait outside.
Beautiful.
Give that back to him when he sobers up. Tell him I run an honest book. I always pay off. Thought I told you to wait outside.
I wanted to see.
You saw.
You wanted to kill him, didn't you?
Yes, I did. This the spot?
Yes.
I like your car. You know what happened to Lot's wife when she looked back, don't you?
What?
She was turned into a pillar of salt.
What happened to Lot?
Well, he got away. He didn't look back.
You know your Bible.
You would, too, if you spent as much time as I did in hotel rooms.
I'll take it up. Come on, let's get out of here. I love to watch the city from this spot.
Up here, it doesn't even look real, does it?
It's real. Very real. Owning it gives you a sense of power. You'd know what I meant if you had it.
Ibis.
If anyone asked me my name now, I'd say it was Martha Smith.
I smelled smoke. Better take a look. Must have been some kids up here.
Sam, don't. Let it burn. We used to come up here when we were kids and build a fire.
Ah.
Let it burn, Sam. In those days, we used to think that this was real. And that didn't even exist.
Just now you looked like Martha Smith.
If only you hadn't run away.
Well, I waited for you. I remember I waited a long time in the rain, but you didn't show.
Give me a cigarette, Sam. If only you hadn't left town. I had no one to turn to. What did you say, Sam?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
When I found out, it was too late. Much too late. One thing led to another, and...
Another what?
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
No, go ahead, Martha. It'll do you good. Another what?
Where was I?
One thing led to another.
It would have been so different if you hadn't run away. It would have been you instead of Walter. Or if you had stopped me. When I lifted the cane, why didn't you stop me? You knew how much I hated her. Why didn't you stop me?
I wasn't there, Martha.
And then I stood there afterwards. You weren't there?
No, Martha. I wasn't there. I left when your aunt came into the hallway. I didn't want to stick around. I was in enough trouble as it was. I never saw what happened. I never knew until tonight about your aunt or that man, the one they hung. The man that you and Walter killed.
Sam, help me. Help me.
All right, Martha. Tell me. Talk.
All right, Sam. I never imagined anyone could die so quickly. I'd always supposed that wherever I went, she would be with me, that she would never die. But it wasn't like that. I expected to find her when I went back to my room. Later, I became frightened. The coroner and the police were sympathetic. The doctor very attentive. They believed my story, the one I told Walter's father. That night, I slept heavily, peacefully.
How did you sleep the night after they hung that man?
It wasn't long when I found out why Walter's father believed my story. It was as if my aunt had never died. He took her place. He wanted to make something of his son, and I was tied to them both from that time on. It became so unbearable that I wanted to tell the truth. But he had deliberately given me such a sense of guilt and had painted such a picture of what would happen to me that I was crazy with fear. He used that fear well. To increase it, he made me part of another crime. My testimony sent an innocent man to the gallows. And he used that to make me marry Walter. Sam, you're not going to go away again. I want you here, Sam. I've lived so much inside of myself, so choked with wanting something else that lives and breathes, so desperate for air and room to breathe it in. Oh, Sam, please. Please stay here, Sam.
Hi, Martha. Tony, are you still up? Tony?
Yes?
It's me, it's Sam. Can I come in?
Yes, Sam.
Mind if I put your light on?
In a little while. I was sound asleep. I've got a headache.
Okay. I've got something to tell you, Tony.
Yes, Sam.
Tony. You're crying. You're crying because you saw me. You were at the window there when we drove up. Well, that's what I came in to tell you about, Tony. The Martha and me.
You didn't have to, Sam. There were no strings on this deal.
Well, that's why I wanted to. You see, it started a long way back. I don't know yet how it's gonna finish.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
All you have to do is tell me the truth.
Like you did when those goons worked me over.
Now we're even. Now I'm beat up.
I'm sorry I said that, Tony. Look, kid. I'm sore at myself, not at you.
Do you want me to leave?
Do you want to leave?
That's up to you, Sam. I'm here on a rain check.
Well, now, don't put it that way. You're here because That's the way we wanted it.
And now?
I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
Hello, Gable Hotel. I want to speak to Sam Masterson.
Put that phone down.
Hello, Sam. This is Walter. I know I'm not disturbing you. Martha just came in.
Well, what do you want?
I want you to come up here. Now. Right now.
Are you crazy? The
I
servants...
gave them the night off.
You're drunk.
I've had a lot to drink, but I'm not drunk. I suppose it'd be stupid to ask where you were.
Yes, it would.
Sam's not leaving, is he?
Ask him when he gets here.
I just got my answer.
Then there are no more questions.
No, I know what I need to know. Sam the Superman. Sam the dirty little boy from the other side of the tracks.
I'll go and change. I wouldn't want him to see me in the same dress twice.
Come in.
Tony. You're leaving, huh?
There's a bus out in about an hour.
Tony.
Sam, it's better this way.
Look.
Sam, I came back here with you because you said you didn't like to be pushed around. I liked you when you said that. You were looking for trouble, but it was a good kind of trouble. And now?
Now what?
Sam, I saw her. You're going to get hurt. Leave her, Sam. Leave this town, even without me, but leave.
I can't. At least not just yet. You're gonna need some money.
No, thanks. Let's break clean.
See you around.
Yeah. Around.
Where's Martha?
Upstairs, getting dressed for the occasion.
I'll go upstairs. Why did you call me?
Got a riddle, Sam. Maybe you can help me solve it. It's a little riddle called What's to Be Done About Me, Martha, and You. Sounds just like a poem. If it rhymed, it would rhyme with murder.
He's drunk. He's been sitting here drinking all night.
Draw a chalk line and I'll walk it. Or I'll take a mental test. Any question like, what is my object in life?
I tried to stop him from calling you.
You're a wiseacre. An angle boy. You know all the answers, don't you? How are you on dreams?
And I was glad he called you. I was frightened of him, Sam.
She was frightened of me. I had a dream, Sam. It was about you. In my dream, you were not a handsome corpse.
Maybe it was some other guy.
In other dreams, there were others.
I told you he's drunk.
Did you say others?
Many others.
He's lying.
Poor little Martha. Her life was so empty. Is that what she told you, Sam?
I don't want him in here, Sam. Make him get out.
Now you're all of them, Sam. Every one of them rolled into one.
Sam, make him...
Keep talking. I'm all of them rolled into one.
Yes. You're a gymnasium instructor in Philadelphia with a muscle for a brain and a tendency to insipid verse. You're a guy, just a guy named Pete in Erie who smells of fish and sings. You're last year's greatest fullback and you flunked your bar exam, but you wanted to be an industrial engineer. You're a guy who came along to fix a tire so well you became a city-paid inspector. And you're a lot of others. But worst of all, you're the one and only man who shares with me the only claim I have on her. Ask her, Sam. Say to her, Martha, is all this true?
What if it is? What did you expect? She never wanted to marry you. If you had any self-respect...
She married me because she felt that way. I would never tell.
That's a lie. Your old man forced her. How long you expect her to go on paying off?
Forever.
Well, whatever happens to you, you've got coming.
What can happen, Sam? Shall I tell you? She'll try to get you to kill me. Like she got me to send an innocent man to the gallows.
I told you the way it was. It was his father's idea. He made...
But did she tell you how she stood up in the police station? How she looked at the man without batting an eye? How she said, yes, that's the man. He's the one who came into the house that night. He's the man who killed my aunt. That even stuck in the throat of my father. My poor, dear, departed, greedy father. But he went right on. And so did I.
He's lying. You believe me, don't you, Sam?
Believe her, Sam? Martha, at least tell the truth now. Tell how much you were afraid of an unsolved murder. Tell what a threat it was to the power and the riches that you'd learned to love so much and that I'd learned to love too. Tell why I became district attorney. Tell why you made me hang that man. Tell the truth.
I told the truth. They were like leeches, both of them. They wanted everything.
All I ever wanted
everything
was
you
I'm
are.
nothing.
Everything you have,
You
I
gave
gave
me
you.
nothing.
Then let go!
You're insane. You're out of your mind. Me too. You see, Sam, how close we really are to each other. Don't break up our happy home. It'll have to be you or me. And unless you do it now, it'll be you. You mustn't think I'm drunk. I'm not. It's just that I'm sick. Inside of me, I'm sick. Martha, help me. Please.
Sam, you believe me, don't you? Now, Sam, do it now. Set me free. Set both of us free. He fell down the stairs and fractured his skull. That's how he died. Everybody knows what a heavy drinker he was. Oh, Sam, it can be so easy. You loved me.
I thought I did too.
Now you hate me.
Now I'm sorry for you.
When I dreamed about you coming back.
Your whole life has been a dream.
I thought you'd be the Sam I knew as a child.
Martha, you're sick.
I could run to you when I was in trouble.
In your mind, I mean, that's where you're sick.
And you'd help me.
So sick that you don't even know the difference between right and wrong.
You've killed. It says so in your record.
I've never murdered. Are you all right now?
fell down the stairs.
I remember. You carried me in here.
Yeah.
You had your chance, Sam. It's a thin line, the one between life and death.
You said I didn't know the difference between right and wrong. What's right for Walter and myself? For us to tell the truth?
I think so, yes.
And hang for it?
You wouldn't hang for it. Not if you confessed. You'd do time, sure.
Sure, I'll rot in prison for the rest of my life. And for what? What am I guilty of?
Murder.
What were their lives compared to mine? What was she?
A human
A
being.
mean, vicious, hateful old woman who never did anything for anybody. Look what I've done with what she's left me. I've given to charity, built schools, hospitals, given thousands of people work. What was he?
Another human
A thief,
being.
a drunkard, someone who would have died in the gutter anyway. Neither one of them had any right to live.
You didn't think Walter had either. Goodbye, Martha.
Sam. Sam's going away. Did you hear what I said, Walter?
Yes, I heard you.
We can't let him go, can we?
Martha's waiting for your answer, Walter.
We'd always be afraid of him. We couldn't live that way. We'd be fools to let him go knowing so much about us.
May have a little trouble squaring this one.
You broke into the house, you demanded money, you tried to attack me, and I shot you in self-defense. Have a right to kill in self-defense. That's what the law says, doesn't it, Walter? Isn't that what the law says, Walter?
It'll hold up, Walter. A man with a police record. It's a perfect case if you can get Walter to be your witness. Do you want to bet? I feel sorry for you. Both of you. You love him.
I hate him.
That's why you dropped the gun.
I was afraid. For the first time in my life, I was afraid. I felt you'd no longer stand by me. That you'd leave me.
No, Martha, I won't leave you. I love you. Oh, don't cry, Martha. It's not your fault.
It isn't, is it, Walter?
No. Not mine, nor my father's, nor your aunt's. It's not anyone's fault. It's just the way things are. It's what people want and how hard they want it. How hard it is for them to get it.
He's near the gate. I'm glad he's going.
He'll always be.
No, he won't, Walter, he won't. And he'll never tell you needn't be afraid. And you'll see, things will be different now between you and me. Just like nothing ever happened.
Just like nothing ever happened. Will you kiss me, Martha?
You believe me?
Ivers.
No. No. Martha Smith.
I missed a bus once and I was lucky. I wanted to see if I could be lucky twice.
Don't look back, baby. Don't ever look back. You know what happened to Lot's wife, don't you?
Whose wife?
Sam's wife.
Sam's wife.